Chapter 396 Dragon Ruby Ring. Brother Yuan, what about that Earth-grade treasure that looks like a fan? Yuro uses a fan, right? It might fit her. Xiaohua was the first to give him advice. That fan, huh? Hearing that, Yuan went to look at the treasure again. Dragon fan, grade, earth, quality, high, physical strength required, 5,000, mental strength required, 10,000, description, 150% increased damage. Lowers the cost of chi for all techniques when using this weapon by 30%. Indeed, this might be the perfect treasure for Yuro. Thanks, Xiaohua. He then turned to look at Long Yijuan standing at the entrance and said, Sect Master, for my first pick, I want this dragon fan. Dragon fan? Long Yijuan raised his eyebrows. He was puzzled as to why Yuan would pick such an uncommon weapon. Does he use the fan as well as the sword and dagger? If that's your choice, go ahead and take it. The dragon fan has been sitting in this vault for many years now because nobody really uses the fan nowadays. Long Yijuan said a moment later. Really? Why? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Well, most cultivators view the fan that is normally small and fragile looking as a weapon for the weak. Its elegant and graceful appearance also doesn't help because most cultivators would rather pick something powerful or popular weapons like swords. I see. That makes sense. But my sister likes the fan, so I am getting it for her. You have a sister? Long Yijuan was surprised to hear this for the first time. Yes. He nodded. She's lucky to have a brother like you. Long Yijuan smiled. No, it's the other way around. I am lucky to have a caring sister like her. If not for her, I wouldn't be here right now. Yuan said calmly. Is that so? Long Yijuan was speechless, and he wondered what kind of person she was. After all, the sister of such a genius surely must be quite the genius herself. After picking the first treasure, Yuan continued to look around. What about Meixiu? What kind of treasure would fit her? Yuan asked the experts. Unfortunately, none of them knew Meixiu enough. Young master, we don't know much about Meixiu. You should know what she wants much better than us. Feng Yuxiang said to him. While it is true that I have known her for a very long time, I don't actually know her very well, as she's usually very silent in the way that she doesn't talk much about her own desires. Because Meixiu was trained to be a servant, even if Yuan asked her what she wanted, she probably wouldn't be able to answer him. After all, as a professional servant, Meixiu was only taught to care for her masters, not herself. Guess I will look around one more time. Yuan mumbled to himself as he walked around the vault for the third time. Yuan suddenly stopped at the end of the room when he noticed a red flicker in the corner of his eyes. He approached this red light to see a silver ring with a red crystal sitting inside a small red box. Dragon Ruby Ring, grade, heaven, quality, medium, description, increases the user's base mental strength and mental defense by 30%. 50,000 increase limit. Sect Master, I think I want to choose this ring for my second treasure, Yuan said to him, feeling a strong urge to take this ring that he had somehow managed to miss 2 times. Oh, the Dragon Ruby Ring? It will greatly boost one's mental strength and defenses. It's a great treasure that even has a legend behind it according to the expert that appraised it. Legend? What kind? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Well, legend has it that it once belonged to the royal family of a certain dragon clan, and that red crystal was forged with a drop of dragon's blood, hence the red color despite that type of material not existing in red. Oh, it was also found by the founder when he ventured inside the Dragon Temple. In fact, most of these treasures were found inside the Dragon Temple. Long Yijuan said. The Dragon Temple, huh? My anticipation for that place just went up even more. Yuan said. Yes, look forward to it when you enter in 4 days. Long Yijuan said with a smile. A few moments later, Yuan returned to look for the third treasure. Both Meixiu and Yuro have a treasure now, but I still have one treasure to pick. What should I pick? Yuan wondered inwardly. He then asked the experts, do any of you want something from this place? Xiaohua doesn't need anything. Xiaohua said. I also don't need anything, but thank you for the offer, young master. Feng Yuxian said. What about you, Yingying? I am also fine without anything, she said. Suddenly, Long Yijuan said, if you cannot pick your last treasure, may I give you a recommendation? Okay. Yuan nodded. Long Yijuan then went to pick a treasure and showed it to Yuan. You have soul weapons, right? This bottle right here contains a special liquid called soul liquid. If you pour some of it on your soul weapons, it will increase its growth rate until it levels up. Oh, this does sound quite useful, Yuan said. Okay, I will choose this as my third treasure. Thank you, Sect Master. Yuan said to him. Ha. I should be thanking you, Disciple Yuan. Long Yijuan laughed. Anyways, I will contact you in 4 days when the Dragon Temple is ready. Until then, you can do whatever you want. Sometime later, Yuan left the treasury hall and returned to his own living quarters, where Meixiu and Minli were waiting. Meixiu, here is a treasure I picked for you. Yuan immediately handed her the dragon ruby ring. Thank you. Meixiu was at a loss for words when Yuan suddenly handed her a ring, as it felt like he was proposing to her. Chapter 397 Looking for Solutions. After accepting the dragon ruby ring from Yuan, Meixiu immediately wore the ring on her right hand, as it would draw too much attention if she wore it on the other hand. Minli watched their little section with a weird look on her face, and she silently wondered if they were really just friends or something more than that. Okay, Disciple Min, let's talk more about the situation. What would you like me to do for you in this situation? Because I cannot join your family, but if I don't, you'll be unjustly punished by your parents, and I cannot do nothing about it after learning about it. Yuan sat down and asked her. I honestly don't know. I have been thinking about it ever since I received my father's message, but I cannot think of a good solution to my problem. Perhaps I was never destined to ascend to the spirit heaven. Maybe it's my fate to stay in the lower heaven and be treated like an object by my family, who will eventually sell me to another family, where I'll be treated even worse. Minli shuddered at the thought of being sold to another family and becoming their plaything. I won't let that happen to you, Yuan said with a stern look on his face. And he continued, I know exactly how it feels to be treated badly by your own parents. Although I don't know what I can do, I will definitely do something about it. I promise. And even though you say it's not my fault, it is my problem since I am the reason you're in this situation. Disciple Yuan. Thank you. And sorry. Minli felt a strong urge to pounce at Yuan and kiss him at this moment, but she restrained herself by crying instead. Give me a few days to think about it, okay? I will try to think of something in the meantime. Yuan said to her. Okay. Minli nodded. Sometime later, Minli returned to her own living quarters. Once Minli left the scene, Yuan laid back on the couch in an exhausted manner. What should I do now? Xiaohua. Feng. Yingying. Anybody. Yuan cried for their help. The 3 servants appeared before him a moment later. I told you the 7 legacy families are a bunch of selfish people who only care about their reputation, young master. I say you should stay as far away from the Min family as possible. Feng Yuxiang said to him. But what about Disciple Min's situation? I cannot ignore her. Yuan said. As much as I hate to say this, young master, but you should probably ignore her as well and let her handle the situation by herself, since helping her might bring unwanted trouble for you. The cultivation world is sometimes cold-hearted and brutal like this. Yuan shook his head and said in a calm voice, the cultivation world may be cold-hearted, but I am not like that. I may be a cultivator, but the cultivation world does not and will not define my character or morals. Feng Yuxiang was speechless after hearing his grand speech that touched her heart. I know the pain and stress Disciple Min is feeling right now, because I was also mistreated by my parents. Hell, I was even abandoned by my family, and not just once, but twice. Yuan revealed this to them. What? Your family threw you away? What kind of idiot parents would throw such a cultivation genius away? Feng Yuxiang blurted out without thinking, as it was simply that shocking. Even Xiaohua had her mouth wide open from shock. If the world knew that a family had thrown an 18-year-old spirit grandmaster away regardless of the situation, that family would become the world's biggest laughingstock in history. Now that Yuan's talents had been revealed to the lower heavens through the mystic realm, literally every large family out there, including the 7 legacy families, are trying to recruit him at all cost. To think one would throw away a treasure that everyone would kill for, even idiots wouldn't do such a thing. Is that why you don't like talking about your background? I fully understand it now, young master. Feng Yuxiang said, misunderstanding the situation. I used to be a cripple who couldn't even feed myself, and I could only lie on the bed all day long and have someone feed me and do everything else a normal person would be capable of with ease. And being in that state, I was nothing but a burden to my family, so they threw me away. Yuan sighed. Oh. I didn't know that. I apologize for my rude suggestion just now, young master. But at least you managed to overcome your misfortune. Feng Yuxiang said with an innocent smile on her face. Seeing Yuan completely functional and a peak talent at this moment, one can only assume that he has fully recovered from his crippled state. Well. A bitter smile appeared on Yuan's face. He was only functional in this world. In the other one. Not so much. Although he is making progress, he is still far away from fully recovering. Anyways, enough about me. Disciple Min is the one who needs help right now. What should I do? What can I do in this situation? Yuan quickly changed the subject back to Min Li. You can destroy the Min family. Feng Yuxiang suggested again. Yuan looked at her with a frown on his face. Stop joking, Feng. I am being serious here. Feng Yuxiang wanted to say that she wasn't joking, as destroying the Min family would efficiently solve most of the problems. I don't kill when I say destroy. Forget it. She didn't want to anger Yuan anymore, so she kept her mouth shut. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying spoke. Can't she just leave her family? That would solve most of her problems. But if she wants to rely on her family to ascend, there's really no way we can help her, unfortunately. Brother Yuan could help her ascend if he really wants to. Xiaohua suddenly said, causing everyone there to turn their head and look at her. Chapter 398 Increased Difficulty. Xiaohua, surely, you're not suggesting the young master bring that girl to the spirit heaven through the stairway to heaven, right? Feng Yuxiang asked her with a look of disbelief on her face. Xiaohua nodded and said, Brother Yuan, there is one method that allows an individual, or a few, to ascend to the next heaven without needing to pass the stairway to heaven. Really? Tell me about it. Yuan quickly said. However, Xiaohua must warn Brother Yuan that this method isn't recommended, and nobody does it for a good reason. Xiaohua said. And she continued, a single person climbing the stairway to heaven can bring at most 9 people with him, and as long as this person passes all of the trials, all 9 people including the climber will be able to ascend to the spirit heaven. In other words, Brother Yuan can bring 9 people with him to the spirit heaven. However, every single person you bring will tremendously increase the difficulty of your trials, making the already seemingly impossible challenge even harder, and the more people you bring, the harder it will only become, hence why nobody uses this method. You're essentially doing the trials for them. Huh? Does this mean I am already bringing 3 people with me because I obviously cannot leave you 3 in the lower heaven while I ascend myself? Yuan then asked. Xiaohua nodded, yes and no. Xiaohua and the phoenix came from the upper heavens, so we can actually ascend through the stairway to heaven without doing any trials. But we're staying down here due to our own reasons. What about Yingying? She was born in the mystic realm that is in the lower heaven. Miss Snake will have to pass the trials in order to ascend to the next heaven since she was born in the lower heaven, but because she is Brother Yuan's servant that's bound by a heavenly contract, she will not increase the difficulty of your trials as much as an ordinary person who isn't your servant would, and she won't take up a slot, so you can still bring 9 other people with you including us. Xiaohua explained to him. I see. Indeed, I can use this method to bring Disciple Min to the spirit heaven, allowing her to leave her family since she will no longer have to rely on them to ascend. Furthermore, I can even bring Yu Rou and Meixiu with me. Yuan mumbled as he turned to look at Meixiu. Of course, he wouldn't leave them behind while he personally ascends. Everyone there turned to look at Meixiu. Feng Yuxiang then spoke, while I understand it if the young master wants to support Meixiu and Yu Rou, I don't think I like the idea of bringing Minli because a single person will already increase the difficulty of your trials, much less 3. And what if you decide to help another person in the future? That's even more of a burden on you, young master. I think I will be fine even if I support 3 people. What's the worst that can happen? If I fail the trials, can't I just take it again? Yuan asked. Well, you can. But you can only challenge the stairway to heaven once every 4 years if you fail. And wasting 4 whole years in the lower heaven when you can be improving your cultivation base in a place with better resources. It's truly a waste of time and talent, especially in your case, young master. In my opinion, 4 years of your time is worth as much as 40,000 years to others if not even more. Feng Yuxiang said. Xiao Hua agrees with the phoenix. Brother Yuan's time and talent are incredibly precious. You cannot afford to waste 4 years down here. It hasn't even been half a year since you started cultivating and you're already a spirit grandmaster. Xiao Hua cannot even imagine what you'll become in 4 years if you continue to grow. Lan Yingying and Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Xiao Hua. It hasn't been half a year since Yuan started cultivating? How is that even remotely possible? Maybe it might be possible in the upper heavens where the spiritual energy is much better, but in the lower heavens, such abnormal growth shouldn't be possible. Anyways, if I fail, then it is what it is. That means I'm not good enough and I wasn't destined to ascend. It's only 4 years of my life. However, if Disciple Min fails, her entire life might be destroyed. Yuan said. Then he realized something. Oh, right. What if I ascend to spirit heaven alone and then come down to the lower heaven like Xianxia, bringing people with me to the spirit heaven that way? Yuan asked. That might not work. Xiao Hua shook her head. Why not? In order to come down to the lower heaven, or descending from any heaven, one must acquire the permission to do so by the Lord of that heaven, and that is not something you can easily obtain, especially if you just enter the spirit heaven. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Lord of each heaven? Like a ruler? Xiao Hua nodded. In each heaven, besides the lower heaven, there is a true ruler who oversees the entire world. Without his or her permission, you will not be able to descend, and even if you obtain permission, you must have enough resources to come down. Feng Yuxiang then continued, think of it this way, young master. That spirit king who came down from the spirit heaven needed help from all 7 spirit academies to bring 3 people with him to the spirit heaven. You can only imagine the enormous amount of resources required to bring even a single person, much less 3. So it's easier to bring them up through the first method, huh? Okay. I have decided. I will bring them up with me through the stairway to heaven. Yuan spoke in a resolute voice. Chapter 399 You can rely on me. If that's Brother Yuan's decision, Xiao Hua will support it. Xiao Hua said to him. Thank you, Xiao Hua. I'll go speak with Disciple Min now and see what she thinks, Yuan said before going outside and knocking on her door. The young master is really selfless, huh? If it were any other cultivator, they wouldn't be so generous. When was the last time someone offered another individual a carry through the stairway to heaven? I don't even remember. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Sometimes I feel like the young master is too kind. It'll only be harsher for him in the future when everything comes falling down on him. Xiao Hua won't let that happen. Xiao Hua suddenly said. Feng Yuxiang looked at her and said, I don't mean to offend you, but even if you're a spirit king, you're only invincible in the lower heaven, and maybe even the spirit heaven. However, anything above that, you won't be able to do anything to help him if he gets into any trouble. In fact, the young master will easily surpass us. Xiao Hua remained silent for a moment before speaking in a calm voice. Xiaohua has her methods to protect Brother Yuan even if we go to the upper heavens. It was Feng Yuxiang's turn to be speechless. Now that she thinks about it, she doesn't know anything about Xiaohua's background or how she's able to remain in the lower heaven despite being a spirit king. Well, as long as the young master helps me weaken the curse, I will be able to regain my sealed strength, so I will be able to protect him in the future even if we're in the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang said in a prideful voice, almost like she was bragging to Xiaohua that she was confident about protecting Yuan. Xiaohua looked at her with a calm look, and she suddenly asked, "What will happen if you restore your cultivation base now while we're in the lower heaven? Will you be forced to go back to the upper heavens?" Feng Yuxiang was left speechless once again, as she had never thought about this until Xiaohua mentioned it. It would be bad if she restores her cultivation base while Yuan is still in the lower heaven, as that would mean she'll have to be separated from him. And maybe I should not drink too much of his blood until he ascends just to be safe. She mumbled. Of course, Lan Yingying was completely confused about the situation, as she didn't know Feng Yuxiang or Xiaohua enough to enter the conversation, feeling a bit left out. Meanwhile, outside Min Li's living quarters, Yuan knocked on her doors. "Disciple Yuan? What's the matter?" Min Li raised her eyebrows, as she didn't expect to see him so soon again. "I have a solution to your problem," he quickly said. "Really? Please. Tell me." Min Li's eyes flickered with anticipation. "I think you should leave that family." Yuan gave it to her straight and without beating around the bush. "Huh?" Min Li's eyes immediately widened. "You want me to leave the Min family?" "If I do that, I won't be able to ascend to the spirit heaven. At least that is my best chance of doing so," she said. "It's okay, you can rely on me." Yuan then said, dumbfounding her even more. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I will help you ascend to spirit heaven," he quickly responded. How, she mumbled in a dazed voice. "I will be taking you with me through the stairway to heaven," he said. "Why you will? But won't that make your trials much harder? Are you sure you want to bring me with you?" Min Li asked. Yuan nodded, "Yes, I don't mind. This is the only solution I can think of that will help your situation. I cannot join the Min family, so your family will definitely punish you for it, meaning your chances of ascending will probably be 0. However, if you leave that family, you'll have a greater chance of ascending with me. I cannot promise you that we are guaranteed to ascend successfully, but I will definitely try my best to take all of us to the spirit heaven." "All of us? Will there be others coming with us?" "Yes. I also want to bring my sister and Meixiu with me to spirit heaven." Yuan nodded. "That's 3 people. Are you sure you can take all of us through the stairway to heaven? I know you're very talented, but 3 people are." Min Li suddenly stopped there and turned silent. At this rate, she will not only be unable to ascend but shall most likely get kicked out of the family if not sold to another family, so the best choice was definitely to rely on Yuan, who is currently being called the #1 genius in the lower heaven by many people. Furthermore, at least she will have a chance to ascend if she's with him. If she stays with her family, she might not even survive the next few years. I don't want to be a burden to you," she muttered in a low voice. As much as she wanted to rely on him, she had her own pride, and completely relying on someone to ascend was difficult to accept. Although she has been relying on her family, at least she had to work for it. "How about this, disciple Yuan? I will challenge the stairway to heaven first, and if I don't succeed, I will rely on you at that time," Min Lin suddenly suggested. "At least I can say that I tried," she added. Yuan nodded, "Sounds good." Min Li lifted her head and stared at the clear blue sky. "I didn't think I'd leave the Min family in such a fashion," she sighed. Sometime later, she asked Yuan, "When do you plan on challenging the stairway to heaven?" "Honestly, I have no idea, but it probably won't happen until a few months down the line." "I'm sorry if that's too long." "A few months only? That's fast," Min Li exclaimed, to Yuan's surprise. Chapter 400. Let your body do the talking. Fast? A few months is fast? Yuan asked her. Of course. I was expecting at least a few years. Minli quickly said. A few years? That's too long. Yuan exclaimed. I won't even be a spirit master in a few months. I cannot challenge the stairway to heaven with such a low cultivation base. That'll be akin to suicide. She said to him. Yuan pondered. Looks like you'll have to just rely on me in the end, he chuckled. It's okay. It's nothing to be ashamed about. There will be times when you need someone's help regardless of your situation. Minli sighed after hearing his words. Whatever. I guess you'll figure it out when you're actually about to challenge the stairway to heaven. Now I have to worry about how I should leave the Min family, she said. Can't you just tell them that you're leaving the family? I left my own family without even telling them. Yuan said to her. What? You left your family? Minli looked at him with wide eyes after learning this unexpected news. Yuan nodded and said, well, they were going to disown me, and I merely decided to leave before that. Why did you leave your family, if you don't mind me asking? It's simple, I was no longer useful to them, so they kicked me out. Our families are similar in the way that they both only accept perfection. If I make any mistakes during competitions, even if I won the competition, I would be scolded and punished for it. And now that I am no longer of any use to them, they decided to discard me. I'm sorry to hear that. Minli said to him. Don't be sorry. It's not your fault. But even if I want to leave the family, it's not as simple as it sounds. As a member of the 7 legacy families, I cannot simply leave the family without permission, and most of the time, people who wish to leave the family must have their cultivation base crippled before they are allowed to leave. Minli said. And she continued, if I leave without their permission, I will become a deserter, and they will hunt me down and kill me. What the heck? Yuan said in a shocked voice. They would kill you just for leaving the family without permission? How is that even allowed? Yuan said. When you're powerful enough, everything is allowed. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded behind him. The laws of mortals do not apply to the strong, she continued. Why you are? Minli was surprised by the sudden appearance of Feng Yuxiang, whom she has never seen before. I'm the young master's servant, she responded in a proud manner. A servant? Minli mumbled in a dazed voice. Anyways, I have a suggestion, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. You're not going to tell me to destroy her family so that she could leave safely, right? Yuan looked at her with narrowed eyes. Ha, of course not. Feng Yuxiang laughed with a stiff smile on her face. I was going to say if the young master shows up at their doorsteps and demands them to give you this young lady here, they might hand her over without any hassle, she continued. What? That's simple? Will it really work? Yuan asked, doubting her suggestion and completely oblivious to the meaning behind her words. Feng Yuxiang nodded, you just need to act a little aggressive and domineering. There won't be any violence if you do it properly. I see. That does sound like a good idea. Yuan nodded. Wait. Minli, however, realized what Feng Yuxiang was suggesting to Yuan and immediately flushed with redness. Don't worry, disciple Min. I will do my best to convince them to let you leave the family. Yuan said to her. Minli gave up and said, when will you be able to do it? They'll keep asking me for updates until I recruit you. Can you stall them? I have to enter the Dragon Temple in a few days so I cannot go too far. Yuan said. Stall them? But how? Minli suddenly realized something and mumbled, wait a second. I can simply tell them that you've entered closed cultivation and that I cannot speak with you until you're finished. This should get them off my back for a while since they'll assume that the other families would also be unable to approach you. Closed cultivation? Yuan raised his eyebrows. It's when a cultivator isolates themselves to prepare for a big breakthrough or when someone simply wants to focus on cultivating. It's an unspoken rule in the cultivation world that one cannot bother someone in closed cultivation, almost a taboo. Wuxia explained to him. I see. I will be entering the Dragon Temple soon, and I most likely won't be able to speak with anyone while I am inside, so you can probably tell them that I'm in closed cultivation. Alright, I will tell them that later. Min Li nodded. Sometime later, before Yuan returned to his own living quarters, Min Li bowed to him and said, Thank you for everything, disciple Yuan. I will definitely repay you in the future for everything. Don't worry about it. I will always be willing to help a fellow friend out. Yuan said. A friend. Min Li mumbled to herself as she watched Yuan return to his home. Once the day was coming to an end, Min Li messaged her family and told them about Yuan's closed cultivation. Although her family was unhappy about it at first, they were not completely unreasonable and did not ask Min Li to disturb Yuan's closed cultivation to recruit him, as that would definitely have the opposite effect. Therefore, they reluctantly accepted the situation and said to her, just because he's in closed cultivation doesn't mean you can slack off. Use this time to prepare yourself and think about what you need to say to him. If you cannot think of anything to say, just let your body do all of the talking. He may be a cultivation prodigy, but he's also a man. You were blessed with your mother's good looks, so put it to good use. Yes, father. Min Li responded with a calm look on her face. Chapter 401 Dragon Fissure. After returning to his home, Yuan decided to relax in his own living quarters for the next couple of days so that Min Li's slide to her family would work. During this time, he would play music on the soul and snaring zither for the others. Wow, my lord, I didn't know you could play the zither. And you're so talented with it. Lan Yingying was gobsmacked by Yuan's musical talents that had instantly mesmerized her. And the more she listened, the more she craved. No matter how many times I listen to it, it'll never get old. Wuxia mumbled. Meanwhile, Meixiu stared at Yuan playing the zither with a profound look on her face. It was such an odd feeling to see Yuan playing the instrument again, almost like she had suddenly traveled to the past where Yuan would play some music for her whenever she felt down. Thus, for the next few days, Yuan would play the zither while surrounded by beauties on all sides. One day before the Dragon Temple opens, Yuan heard a knock on the door. Wuhan. Yuan was greeted by her at the door. Hey, Yuan. I got some free time so I'm here to congratulate you. I know it's a little late, but congratulations on winning first place for the Mystic Realm and obtaining the Obsidian Dragon Medallion. Thank you. Anyways, did you get to speak with Disciple Min? She was looking for you before, and she even came knocking on my door to see if I knew where you were. Yes, I have spoken with her. Yuan nodded. Is everything okay? If you need my help, just let me know. Everything is fine for now. That's good to hear. By the way, do you have any plans tomorrow or the day after? Want to hang out? She then asked him. Sorry, but I will be entering the Dragon Temple tomorrow, so I won't be able to play with you, Yuan said with an apologetic smile on his face. What? The Dragon Temple? How lucky, but it's not unexpected, considering your contributions to the sect. I hope you'll find some good treasures inside. Sometime later, Wuhan left his place. I'll see you after the Dragon Temple, Yuan, she said to him before leaving. The following day, Yuan summoned Yuan through the communication jade slip. Welcome, Disciple Yuan. Are you ready to enter the Dragon Temple? Yuan asked him. I am ready. Yuan immediately nodded. Good. Follow me. Yuan proceeded to take Yuan to an isolated area in the Dragon Essence Temple. This is an earth fissure? Yuan was surprised by the location, as they stood before a massive earth fissure that was miles long and was so deep that one couldn't see the ground from the top. This is the Dragon Fissure, and somewhere at the bottom is the Dragon Temple. However, before you are allowed to go inside, you must have a pass. Yuan then brought him to this small hut that was a couple of minutes away. Inside this small hut was completely empty besides a golden magic circle on the ground. This magic circle was obviously a formation. Before I give you the Dragon Temple key, can you call out the experts? Only one person can carry the key at any given time. Long Yuan said. Does this mean they cannot enter the Dragon Temple with me? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, the Dragon Temple only allows one person to enter at a time. Long Yuan nodded. I see. Sorry guys, you'll have to wait for me. A moment later, 3 beauties appeared around Yuan. Don't worry about it, brother Yuan. Good luck in there, young master. Make sure you empty out all of the treasures inside. Feng Yuxiang said. Stay safe in there, my lord. Lan Yingying said. Sometime later, once Yuan stood on the golden formation, Long Yuan activated it. Yuan could feel a warm feeling enveloping his body as this golden orb of light suddenly appeared from the formation and entered his body. You have obtained Dragon Temple Key. Dragon Temple Key, description, allows you to enter the Dragon Temple and the Dragon Essence Temple. Follow me. It'll bring you to the Dragon Temple. Long Yuan said to him afterward. Yuan then followed Long Yuan to the edge of the Dragon Fissure. Let me explain to you how this works before I open the Dragon Temple, since you only have a short window to enter the temple once it's opened. Long Yuan said to him. And he continued, the Dragon Fissure itself is the entrance to the Dragon Temple. However, you won't be inside the Dragon Temple until you enter the Dragon Gates, and you have exactly 10 seconds to jump into the fissure once I open it. Once you are before the Dragon Gates, it will examine your talents and see whether you qualify to enter or not. Do you understand? I understand. Yuan nodded. Good, then I will open the Dragon Fissure now. Remember to jump in when I tell you to. After taking a deep breath, Long Yuan retrieved a couple of treasures from his spatial ring before tossing it down the Dragon Fissure. A few moments later, the Dragon Fissure began emitting a golden light from the bottom that gradually increased in brightness. Once the light peaked, Long Yuan said loudly, Go. Hearing Long Yuan's signal, Yuan didn't hesitate to jump inside the massive fissure that would undoubtedly terrify many people. Yuan fell without any sign of ending, almost like had jumped into an endless hole. After what felt like a few minutes of freefall, Yuan could suddenly see a world of clouds at the bottom with a yellow and orange background, and what appeared to be a golden temple that had a dragon statue coiling around the entire building. Right before he landed on the floor, a mysterious power stopped his fall without injuring him. Once his foot touched the floor made of clouds that resembled the ancient dragon city, Yuan approached this golden temple that emitted an unfathomable aura. As he approached the Dragon Temple, a profound and familiar voice resounded from every direction, Welcome to the Dragon Temple, human. The Great One. Yuan smiled after hearing this familiar voice. Chapter 402 A Monster Has Been Born. You recognize this Great One? The Great One sounded a little surprised when Yuan suddenly mumbled its name. Of course. This isn't our first meeting. You probably don't remember because they were all separate illusions. Yuan said. Interesting. After a moment of silence, the Great One spoke. Come closer, human. I want you to look into my eyes. The eyes on the dragon statue suddenly began glowing golden. Yuan approached the door and stared at the glowing eyes with a calm look on his face. The next moment, almost as though someone had covered his eyes from behind, Yuan's vision blackened. A few seconds later, Yuan could see light appearing from above, causing him to look up. When he looked up, a massive golden eyeball that was larger than a star gazed down on him like a sun. This situation made Yuan recall the time he spent in the starry sky inside his mind at the Tablet of Comprehension. However, there were no stars here, only a single eyeball that felt awfully realistic. I will be looking into your memories now, human. Before Yuan could even respond, the Great One's sharp pupil contracted, and it began peeking into Yuan's memories. Interesting. You do not belong to the 9 heavens. The Great One spoke in a profound voice. Yuan wondered just how much of his memories the Great One saw. Should I call you Yuan, or you Tian? The Great One suddenly said, bewildering Yuan greatly. Why, you can call me Yuan, he subconsciously answered. Then Yuan, what do you hope to achieve or obtain in my dragon temple? The Great One then asked, and it continued, do you want the treasures inside? Are you hoping to gain enlightenment? Is it my legacy that you seek? Honestly, I am mostly here for the experience. I am fine even if I don't obtain any treasures inside or gain enlightenment. As for the legacy, I am definitely interested in it. Yuan said. The Great One remained silent for a few moments before speaking. Truthfully speaking, your talents are too high, and the Dragon Temple wasn't created with someone of your caliber in mind, as you would simply clear all of the trials with ease, so I am hesitant to let you go inside. The Great One normally wouldn't hesitate to let someone enter the Dragon Temple even if that person was very talented, as preventing talented individuals from entering would make the Dragon Temple's purpose completely pointless. However, Yuan was on another level. He was simply so talented that even the Great One hesitated to let him inside. After all, if it lets Yuan enter, he would, without any doubt, clear out all of the treasures in the Dragon Temple with ease, almost like taking candy from a baby, and that would be problematic. I would normally be ecstatic to find such a talented individual, but you. I cannot see your future. Is it abnormal that you cannot see my future? Yuan asked the Great One, as it should be the other way around, that it's abnormal for one to see another's future. The dragon's gaze is more than just an offensive technique. It has the capabilities to do so much more if fully mastered, and seeing the future is one of them. The Great One revealed, shocking Yuan. Does this mean he would be able to see the future if he continues to practice the dragon's gaze? Anyways, it is abnormal that I cannot see your future. If you were an immortal or have a unique bloodline, it would make sense that I cannot see your future, but you are merely a cultivator in the Spirit Grandmaster realm. The Great One said. And it continued, there are only a few instances where I cannot see one's future. 1. If they're an immortal or stronger. 2. If they possess the bloodline of a god. And lastly, if they have an unknown destiny. Unknown destiny. I have an unknown destiny, at least that's what I was told. Yuan said. That explains why I cannot see your future. What should I do now if I cannot enter the Dragon Temple? Yuan then asked. I never said you cannot enter. I am still thinking about how I should handle this. The Great One said, feeling a little awkward, as it has never been put into such a situation before. Take your time, Yuan said to it. A few minutes of silence later, the Great One spoke again, since you're only here for the experience, I won't take that away from you. However, you are only allowed to do 3 trials. Okay. Yuan quickly accepted. And he continued, what about the treasury room and the legacy? I was given this key to the treasury room by the other you, and I was even told to obtain the legacy. You may go to the treasury room and obtain the legacy since you have already earned it. I see. Thank you, Great One. Yuan said. The next moment, Yuan returned to the cloudy scenery and the Dragon Temple. I will open the door for you now. Remember, only 3 trials. The Great One's voice resounded for the final time. Once the door opened, Yuan was greeted by a portal on the other side. Yuan didn't think too much and stepped into this portal, disappearing from the place. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 9 heavens, 2 figures sat before a Xianxia board. One of them was an old man with long white hair neatly tied behind his back, whilst the other person was a handsome man with long golden hair flowing down his back like a waterfall. What's the matter? Are you ready to forfeit this match? The old man spoke with a smirk on his face after seeing the other individual not move for a long time. The handsome man suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. What's the matter? Why are you smiling like that? There will finally be some entertainment in the 9 heavens, said the handsome man. What? The old man raised his eyebrows, clearly puzzled about the handsome man's words. The handsome man then turned to look at the empty horizon and said, a monster has been born. I cannot wait to see how hell affect the 9 heavens, if he survives long enough. Chapter 403 Guest at the Dragon Essence Temple. A monster? The old man sitting at the Xianxia board raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner. That's really funny coming from a monster such as yourself. Who is this individual? Someone from the ninth heaven? The old man then asked. No, he's someone not related to the 9 heavens, and he's currently in the first heaven, the lower heaven. The man with the golden hair said. Lower heaven? It's been a very long time since I've heard of that place. The old man mumbled. Anyways, how talented is this individual? He continued. I don't know, said the handsome man. I mean, I don't know the full extent of his talents. However, if I had to compare him with someone, it'd probably be the demon Sealing clan's ancestor. What? This individual is comparable to that monster who ate his way to the peak. How is that even possible? That man is one of kind and has no equal. The old man doubted the handsome man. The handsome man turned around with a profound smile on his face, and he spoke in a calm voice. Who said he was comparable to the ancestor? This young monster might be even crazier than the ancestor. The old man stared at him with a stunned face, and after a moment of pure silence, he burst out laughing. Someone even more talented than that monster who single-handedly annihilated the entire demon clan that once ruled the entire 9 heavens? Have you finally gone senile, my friend? The handsome man continued to smile despite the old man's mocking words, and he said, Don't tell me I didn't warn you in the future. Whatever. The old man shrugged, and he continued, Anyways, what about our match? If you don't want to continue playing, it'll be my victory and your loss. The handsome man then returned to his seat and said, My loss? I don't lose, the Great One doesn't lose. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Temple, after entering the portal, Yuan was transported to what appeared to be inside a large city underneath a dark sky that had countless flickering stars, giving the place natural but subtle brightness. This is the Dragon Temple? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as he didn't expect the place to be a city. However, there was something weird about this city. It was too empty and quiet even if it was late into the night, almost like nobody else was there. What should I do here? Yuan looked around for clues. The first thing he noticed was the numbers counting down in the sky, and the next thing that stood out was this massive dragon statue very far in the distance. 167:59:10. If the numbers are how long I have left in this place, then I have 7 days to explore this place, but where should I go first? After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to head for the dragon statue, as he recalled the Great One telling him that he would be able to find its legacy there. Once I take a look at his legacy, I will try to find the treasure room. With that in mind, Yuan began making his way to the dragon statue by flying there. And the more of the city he saw, the more clear it was to him that he was alone in this city. Meanwhile, shortly after Yuan entered the dragon fissure, Feng Yuxiang asked Long Yijuan, How long will the young master have inside the dragon temple? That will depend on the dragon temple itself. It might only allow him to stay inside for a few days, or it could let him wander for a whole month. I cannot really say how long he'll be inside, I'm sorry. I see. Long Yijuan suddenly retrieved a small toy-like house and tossed it on the ground. The house grew in size until it was the size of a large house, and it was the same house he used at the Mystic Realm. You ladies can stay in this building in the meantime. I won't be able to stay here for too long since I have a lot of work to do. Tell Disciple Yuan to contact me once he comes out. Long Yijuan said to them. Thank you. Feng Yuxiang said. Sometime later, Long Yijuan left the scene and returned to the sect master's headquarters, where a couple of figures could be seen gathered outside the door. Most of these people were sect elders, but one of these figures didn't look to be part of the Dragon Essence Temple, and they were even wearing a veil. Sect Master, you have a guest. The sect elders there immediately said to him the moment they noticed him. The veiled figure suddenly stepped forward and lifted the veil covering her beautiful face. Long Yijuan was taken aback when he recognized this face. Sect Master Song? What are you doing here? Long Yijuan asked her. I'm here to speak with Disciple Yuan, she said in a calm voice. You still haven't given up on that? Long Yijuan shook his head. Obviously, had heard from Elder Shan and Elder Xian about Song Linger's desire to take disciple Yuan as her own disciple after what happened at the zither competition. I will never give up on someone with such gifted hands and talent for music, Song Linger said. Long Yijuan sighed and turned to look at the sect elders there. You guys can leave. I will handle things from here. Yes, sect master. The sect elders bowed to them before leaving the scene. Let's talk inside, Long Yijuan said as he entered the building. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Disciple Yuan. You may be the sect master, but Disciple Yuan's decision is what matters the most, Song Linger said to him. Well, unfortunately for you, Disciple Yuan isn't available right now, so you'll have to speak with me instead, Long Yijuan said. Where is he then? I can go to him instead. That's impossible since he's technically not in the sect. Long Yijuan shrugged. What? Then where'd he go? Who knows? Che. Song Linger sucked her teeth before following Long Yijuan inside the building. Chapter 404 The first players to ascend. A few moments later, Song Linger sat down in a room with Long Yijuan sitting behind his work desk. So where is Disciple Yuan? Song Linger asked. He's currently inside the Dragon Temple, he said casually. One would expect Long Yijuan to keep the Dragon Temple a secret since there are clearly plenty of valuable treasures inside. However, the Dragon Temple has been widespread knowledge for ages now. The Dragon Temple? Since when? Song Linger said. A couple of minutes ago, he said. Song Linger was speechless. If only she'd come to this place a day early, even a few hours early, she might have been able to speak with Yuan. Now that you know about his whereabouts, you may leave this place. Humph. Then I will stay here until he comes out, Song Linger said, surprising him. What? You're going to stay here until he returns? It might be weeks before he comes out. As the sect master of one of the top 10 sects in the lower heaven, don't you have better things to do than chase someone who has already rejected you? Long Yijuan said to her. Song Linger looked at his desk that was filled with papers and sneered, unlike you, I finish all of my work before I decide to do anything. The Mystic Realm just ended, so I have plenty of time to spare. And speaking of the Mystic Realm, your sect only obtained its place because of Disciple Yuan. I cannot wait to see the look on your face after the next one. Long Yijuan smiled and said, no need to push your anger on me just because you were rejected by a junior. Why you little? Song Linger was immediately aggravated by his comeback. Humph. I did not come here to argue with you. I am here to take Disciple Yuan with me. Long Yijuan shook his head and said, what makes you think he'll join your sect? He even refused to go to the spirit heaven with Senior Nya, you know? I know. I was there when it happened, she said, and she continued, if he'd gone with Senior Nya to the spirit heaven, would have given up. But the fact that he decided to stay in the lower heaven means I still have a chance. Keep dreaming. Long Yijuan laughed. And then he continued, anyways, if you're not going to leave, you can go ahead and wait for as long as you'd like. In the end, it's Disciple Yuan's decision whether he wants to follow you or not. I would love to have him as a core disciple in the Dragon Essence Temple, but I know he won't stay with us for long. Perhaps after the Dragon Temple, he will leave the sect. This place is too small for someone like him. Then I shall wait for him outside the Dragon Temple, she said. Do whatever you want. Long Yijuan shrugged. Normally, Long Yijuan wouldn't act so carefree before the sect master of another sect, but he has known Song Linger for a very long time now, and while they were not friends, they were not enemies either. Long Yijuan also knew that Song Linger was not the type of person to harm others without a reason, nor was she someone who'd scheme against others, so he wasn't too worried about letting her roam the sect without any supervision. Furthermore, it was clear to him that she was only here for Disciple Yuan. After leaving the building, Song Linger went straight to the Dragon Fissure. She noticed a portable house by the Dragon Fissure and subconsciously decided to stay there just in case she wanted to use it, unaware that it was already occupied. Sometime later, Song Linger sat by the dragon Fissure and retrieved her zither, eventually playing it to pass time. Isn't that one of the judges during the zither competition? What is she doing here? Feng Yuxiang quickly recognized Song Linger based on her aura. She's obviously here for Brother Yuan, Xiaohua said. What? She's a really persistent one. The young master has already refused her offer plenty of times, yet she just doesn't give up. Who is she? Lan Yingying couldn't help but ask. She's the sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy, and she was the judge in a competition the young master participated in. She even had a little battle with the young master and lost to him, and she has been chasing after him since then. Feng Yuxiang explained the situation. I see. Lan Yingying nodded. Meanwhile, in the Medicine Valley that was in the northern continent, Wang Xiuying bowed to her master and said, "Thank you for everything, master. I have learned a lot from this place." No, I should be the one thanking you. I have also learned a lot from you. You are definitely one of the most talented disciples we've ever had. If you continue to study medicine, I'm sure you'll become someone great in the future. Her master said. Good luck in the spirit heavens. Wang Xiuying nodded before turning around and walking to Senior Nia, who was there with the other two participants going to the spirit heaven with her, and one of them was also a player like her. Are you ready to leave this place? Senior Nia asked her. Yes, I am. Good. Then we will be going to the spirit heaven now. Senior Nia departed the Medicine Valley with Wang Xiuying and the other two, taking them back to the place outside the mystic realm. Once he was prepared, Senior Nia retrieved a crystal and crushed it with his hands. The next moment, a massive formation appeared beneath them before enveloping them in a warm light. This feels like, Wang Xiuying found the formation similar to the one in the mystic pagoda that took her and Yuan to the ancient dragon city. Whoosh! The four of them began levitating off the ground before shooting straight up into the sky, where a portal had suddenly opened up. And before they were aware, Wang Xiuying and the others left the lower heaven, becoming the first players to ascend. Chapter 405 A New Era. After Wang Xiuying and the others entered the portal, they found themselves inside this wormhole, and their bodies continued to move upwards. They remained inside the wormhole for only half a minute before they were met with another portal at the end of this wormhole. Once they entered it, they were greeted by a clear blue sky and a dozen unfamiliar figures. Welcome back, Elder Nia. One of them said to him. Senior Nia nodded and turned to look at a particular figure in the group, and he said, Elder Mu, she's all yours. A pretty middle-aged woman stepped forward and approached Wang Xiuying with a smile on her face. You're Healer Wang, right? I'm Elder Mu, we have spoken before via the crystal ball, and I will be in charge of you starting today. Follow me. I will bring you to my Spirit Healing Academy. Yes. Wang Xiuying eagerly nodded her head and followed Elder Mu. The two of you haven't decided on a sect yet, so that is what you'll be doing today. Senior Nia said to the Lightning Emperor and the other participant. Meanwhile, an announcement appeared in the sky for all of the players to see shortly after Wang Xiuying and the others arrived at the Spirit Heaven. Congratulations. Player Healer Wang and Player Lightning Emperor have become the first players to ascend to Spirit Heaven. Of course, the players were well aware of this before the announcement, as the players at the Mystic Realm had revealed this fact to the world the day it happened. When the players heard that Player Yuan had willingly decided to stay behind in the lower heaven for some reason, everyone became puzzled and curious about this reason, as they all thought he was trying to speedrun the game. At least that's what it seemed like to the players after seeing so many ridiculous achievements from him. Of course, countless news sources approached the Lightning Emperor for interviews after learning that he will be ascending to the next realm, which was thought to be impossible until a few years later. As for Healer Wang, since only her close friends knew her identity, she was spared from the journalists. Of course, that is not to say the world wasn't interested in Healer Wang. In fact, a lot of people became interested in her after learning that she was with Player Yuan during the Mystic Realm. This made people wonder whether Healer Wang knew Player Yuan's identity or not. If she did, she would become their biggest clue to Player Yuan's mysterious identity, if not the key to it. Thus, many people switched from trying to find player Yuan's identity to finding player healer Wang's identity. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Temple, Yuan had just reached the dragon statue after flying for almost the entire day. Why is the sky still dark? It should be morning by now. Yuan wondered to himself after realizing that the night wasn't turning into day. Since he cannot tell the time of the day, Yuan decided to log off early, as he'd rather be safe than sorry. After logging off and not smelling anything delicious, Yuan proceeded to spend his time cultivating until Meixiu finished preparing dinner. Once dinner was prepared, Meixiu fed it to Yuan. Do you know how long you'll be staying inside the Dragon Temple? Xiaohua and the others are curious. Meixiu asked him after dinner. I have 7 days inside the Dragon Temple, he said. A week, huh? Okay, I will let them know. Thank you. Sometime later, Meixiu said, oh, right. Wang Xiuying wanted me to let you know that she has ascended to the spirit heaven successfully, and she said the world up there is very different compared to the lower heaven. She's making me want to hurry up and go to the spirit heaven to see what's up there. Yuan smiled. Also, I think there's someone waiting for you to come out of the Dragon Temple, besides Xiaohua and the others, Meixiu added. Who? Yuan asked. I don't know her, but according to Feng Feng, she used to be a judge for the zither competition you participated in. Sect Master Song? I thought she gave up on trying to recruit me since I haven't seen her since the competition. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Meixiu asked, why did you refuse her offer? You don't want to play the instrument anymore? But you were having so much fun when you played the zither just the other day. It's not that I don't want to play the instrument. As you'd said, I enjoy playing them. However, I don't want instruments to be my focus, and if I had accepted her offer, I'd have to play the instrument seriously again. Yuan said. I see. Meixiu mumbled, as she personally wanted to see Yuan play the instrument again seriously since she felt that Yuan had left the stage too abruptly and far too soon, and it was his musical talents that first captured her heart. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the Dragon Temple and proceeded to see how he could obtain the Great One's legacy from it. Meixiu went to sleep after cleaning the dishes and taking a shower. In the midst of the night, unbeknownst to Yuan or Meixiu, on the most popular Cultivation online forum, a topic that would become an instant sensation overnight was created, and this single post would change their world forever and bring forth a new era. Cultivation in the real world is possible. Although the title of this topic was incredibly simple, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone that saw it, and within mere minutes, the post had amassed tens of thousands of views. The cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online actually work in the real world. After many weeks of effort, I have finally become a cultivator. Once the people read the post, they would either laugh at the person who made the post or try it for themselves. And while the results greatly differed from each individual, there was no doubt that some people have succeeded in breaking their mortal shackles, becoming cultivators in the real world as well. Chapter 406 Breaking News. After returning to the Dragon Temple, Yuan immediately began walking around the massive dragon statue trying to find a way to activate it. However, even after circling around the thing for a few minutes and finding nothing, Yuan took a seat in front of the statue and began pondering. Oh, right. The Great One mentioned using the dragon's gaze on it. Once Head realized this, Yuan quickly stood up again and activated his dragon's gaze before walking around the statue again. However, to his surprise, he wasn't able to find it even with the dragon's gaze activated. Nothing's happening. Maybe I need to increase the strength of the dragon's gaze? Thinking that, Yuan pushed his dragon's gaze to its limits. It didn't work. Yuan gasped for air a few minutes later, as the dragon's gaze consumed an insane amount of spiritual energy when used at its full power. Yuan collapsed on the floor a moment later and just laid there while staring at the statue that spiraled up as though it was trying to ascend. Wait a second. What if the reason I cannot find the thing is because it's at the top of the statue? With this in mind, after taking a few minutes to recover his spiritual energy, Yuan flew into the air until he was even higher than the dragon statue, where he activated the dragon's gaze once again. Almost instantly after he activated his dragon's gaze, Yuan noticed a golden glow inside the dragon's mouth. That should be it. Yuan approached the dragon statue with excitement. However, even though he could see a golden light inside the dragon's mouth, he wasn't sure what to do with it, and putting his hands inside didn't feel right. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to poke the inside of the dragon's mouth with the Empyrean Overlord just to make sure it was safe. A few taps later, the dragon statue suddenly began rumbling. The rumbling quickly spread to the city, and within just moments, it seemed as if the entire world was shaking. I hope nothing bad happens. Yuan mumbled to himself as he helplessly watched the entire world shake violently. The earthquake eventually stopped after a few minutes, and Yuan looked around to make sure everything was okay. However, he quickly noticed a change in the scenery. Although the skies were still dark, there were subtle lights coming from the ground around the city that gradually grew clearer and brighter. If one looked closely, one would see that an enormous magical circle had suddenly appeared around the city. Furthermore, this formation appeared to be only half complete, as some symbols and patterns looked incomplete. What a massive formation! How am I supposed to activate something like this? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. The Great One's seal of approval is reacting to the surroundings. The Great One's seal of approval has activated. The next moment, a golden orb of light the size of a baby's fist appeared from his forehead. This golden orb of light then dropped towards the ground, acting almost like a drop of water under gravity. A few seconds later, the golden orb of light reached the ground and created a ripple effect in the formation before disappearing into the ground like a drop of water in a calm pond. The formation that surrounded the city began to change, and the incomplete symbols and patterns began fixing themselves until they looked complete. However, this process didn't finish in just a few minutes, and by the looks of it, it might take hours, even days before the formation becomes complete again. After waiting around for a few hours without anything happening, Yuan decided to log off for breakfast. Hopefully, it'll be done by the time he returns, but he wasn't feeling very hopeful. Meanwhile, in the real world, Meixiu slowly opened her eyes 5 minutes before the alarm in her phone began ringing. After taking a moment to fight through her morning grogginess, Meixiu stretched her body on the bed before sitting up. Once she could open her eyes fully, Meixiu looked at the time on her phone. Seeing that it was only a few minutes before her alarm, she went to turn off the alarm before getting off the bed. However, right as she prepared to leave her room to go to the bathroom, her phone suddenly began ringing. A phone call? Who's calling me this early in the morning? Meixiu mumbled to herself as she went to pick up her phone again. Yuro? What's the matter? Meixiu answered the phone after seeing the caller. Meixiu. Are you seeing the news? Yuro immediately asked her in a loud and excited voice. It was so loud that Meixiu subconsciously moved the phone away from her sensitive ears. The news? Why would the news be on? It's barely sunrise. And I just woke up. Meixiu said a moment later. Don't mind the minor details. Hurry up and look at the news. It doesn't matter which channel you pick. Just hurry. This is massive. Yuro said to her. Oh okay, now fully awake thanks to Yuro's excited voice, Meixiu went to open her laptop and looked at the news. The first thing she saw after opening up the news was the large and bold title that read, Breaking News. Cultivation is real. Cultivation techniques from the popular video game Cultivation Online works in the real world according to many players, and there is even solid proof that it's real. What? Meixiu mumbled in a low voice as she stared at the title with a dazed look on her face. Not daring to believe her eyes, Meixiu read the title again and again until Yuro's voice resounded. Are you seeing it? They say cultivation is real. I just started watching, too. This must be a joke. There's no way cultivation techniques from a video game could possibly work in the real world as well, right? Meixiu said. That's what I thought at first too, but after looking around the forums and the other news sources, everybody is talking about it. There's no way they'd make such an elaborate lie just to mess with us. I think it's true. We might be able to become cultivators in this world as well, Meixiu. Yuan said, her voice peaking with excitement. Chapter 407 Cultivation is real. We can become cultivators in the real world. Meixiu mumbled in a dazed voice, feeling a little awkward saying something so unbelievable out loud. I repeat, cultivation is real. You can become a cultivator if you use the cultivation techniques from the popular video game. The news anchor said in a loud and excited voice. However, do keep in mind that while cultivation exists, not everyone can become a cultivator. It could also take you days, weeks, or even months to become a cultivator depending on your talents, exactly like. Furthermore, the higher grade your cultivation technique is, the higher chance you have at becoming a cultivator. After talking for a few minutes, the news anchor said, we will have a special guest in just a few minutes, and he is a player and had successfully managed to become a cultivator. In fact, he is the person who made the topic about cultivation being real, the first one who made this world-changing discovery. Yuan. What do you think is going to happen to our world now? Meixiu asked her. I don't know. This might be a good thing, or it could turn disastrous. Only time will tell. Yuan sighed. Sometime later, Meixiu said, I have to tell Yuan about this. Oh, right. Is he awake yet? I will go check. Hee hee. Brother will be so surprised. Yuan said. A few moments later, Meixiu knocked on Yuan's door. Yuan, are you awake? Yes, I am. We have an emergency. Meixiu said. What happened? Listen to the news, brother. Yuan said. Yuan? Yuan was surprised to hear Yuan's voice as well. Meixiu proceeded to grab her laptop and replayed the news to Yuan. Cultivation is real. As long as we use the cultivation techniques we can become cultivators in this world as well. The news anchor shouted in excitement. Yuan was stunned after hearing the news. So the world has finally learned about it as well, huh? I guess cultivation is real. Yuan sighed inwardly. Even though he has been cultivating for a while now, it felt so surreal that he didn't fully believe that he was actually doing cultivation. Unbeknownst to Yuan, some players have long learned that cultivation in the real world was possible shortly after the game launched. The only reason it hasn't been announced until today was simply because these people wanted to keep this secret to themselves so that they could get ahead of everyone else when the news eventually spread around the world. After all, there are bound to be a few people who would try cultivation in the real world after they play. It was akin to children trying to mimic their superheroes' signature attacks while they watched the television even if they knew superpowers don't exist in the real world. It was their curiosity that made this discovery. Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, Meixiu, quickly go back to the live news. It's the person who discovered that cultivation works in the real world. Meixiu stopped the replay and switched it back to live news, and sure enough, there was a young man sitting beside the news anchor. Can you please introduce yourself to the audience? The news anchor asked the young man. He nodded and spoke in a clear voice, Hello, my name is Fissure. I am 24 years old, and my in-game name is Thousand Blades. I am also the creator of the post Cultivation in the Real World is Possible that has over 100 million views now on the forums. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Fissure. Can you tell us more about how you made that discovery? And what does it feel like to be a cultivator? How is it any different from Cultivation Online? The news anchor asked him. Fissure nodded and said, After playing Cultivation Online for a few days, I quickly became addicted to the world of cultivation, and I suddenly had a thought, what if I can become a cultivator in the real world as well? I knew it was ridiculous of me to have such thoughts. After all, there's no way something in a video game could possibly work in the real world as well. However, my curiosity would not calm down until I actually tried it. It was at that point that I tried to cultivate in the real world using the cultivation technique ID learned in Cultivation Online. Although it didn't work at first and I gave up for a few days, my instincts told me to try again, and so I did, until I managed to break through and become a cultivator. That's amazing, said the news anchor, and he continued, if you don't mind, can you share with the audience the name of your cultivation technique and how you obtained it? She nodded and said, I don't mind. It's just an ordinary cultivation technique available to every disciple at the Nine Saber Mountain, and it's called Spirit Mountain Scripture. I know there are many people out there who do not believe in cultivation. Do you have any way to prove to them that it truly exists? Well, I just became a cultivator, so I cannot do anything crazy. However, my strength has increased tremendously since then. I can easily lift 100 pounds with a single hand despite my skinny physique. Indeed, you certainly don't look like you can lift even half of that much weight, much less all of it. A few moments later, someone brought a 100-pound barbell onto the stage for Shi. After taking a deep breath, Shi grabbed the center of the barbell with his stick-like arm and lifted it above his head with ease, shocking the news anchor and the audience. My God! What a performance! I thought you were joking. The news anchor said, as he didn't believe for a second that Shi would be able to lift something so heavy with his thin arms that clearly lacked the muscles. Well, this is the best I can do at my current level. Perhaps I will be able to use the other techniques from cultivation online if I increase my cultivation. Shi said with a proud look on his face. Shi and the news anchor continued to talk to each other about cultivation and whatnot. Meanwhile, the other channels also had their own special guests, and all of them claimed to have succeeded in cultivation. What do you think, brother? Do you think they're really cultivators? Can we really cultivate in this world? Yuro asked him through the phone. We can, Yuan answered quickly without hesitation, taking Yuro and Meixiu by surprise. Why do you sound so confident? Yuro couldn't help but ask. After a moment of silence, Yuan responded in a calm voice, I am confident cultivation exists because I have also succeeded in becoming a cultivator. In fact, I have been cultivating for a while now. Why you what? Yuro's dumbfounded voice resounded. Yuan. Meixiu stared at him with her eyes wide with disbelief, almost as though she couldn't believe her ears. Chapter 408 Preparing for the Future. I'm sorry for keeping this a secret until now, but I didn't want you to see me as someone crazy. And I was worried that all of this cultivation thing might only be inside my head, an illusion I made for myself. Yuan sighed. After a moment of dead silence, Yuro asked him, Brother, you're not crazy. How long have you been cultivating for? It's been a while since I started, so I cannot really remember, but I started cultivating even before I got kicked out of the Yu family. How does it feel to become a cultivator? Is it any different from? And how long did it take you to succeed? Yuro continued to ask him questions. Well, it definitely took me some time to become a cultivator. When I first tried, I would feel pain all over my body, almost like I am being stabbed by needles. Eventually, I managed to break through and become a cultivator. As for how it feels, I can't really tell you since my body is in this state. However, I do feel very energetic, and having a breakthrough is very similar to what it would feel like inside. That's it. I have made a decision. I am going to become a cultivator in this world as well. Yuro suddenly declared. And she continued, can you imagine doing things in the real world that you could only do in before? Like using martial techniques and having super strength? This is so exciting. However, Yuan said, as exciting as it may seem, I am also very worried about the future. If everyone becomes a cultivator, what's going to happen to our world? It might get chaotic. I don't think you have to worry too much, brother. Even if we can cultivate, I highly doubt we'll be able to do anything too crazy like flying and destroying mountains with a single fist. Although our world will definitely change, it probably won't be too drastic. Yuro said. I hope you're right. Yuan said. By the way, what cultivation level are you right now, brother? Yuro suddenly asked him. I honestly don't know, but if we use for reference, I think I am a 6th level spirit warrior, he said. S6th level spirit warrior? Yu exclaimed. How is it possible that Yuan's cultivation in the real world is so high? He even surpasses the majority of players in, much less the real world. While most players are just entering the spirit warrior realm inside the game, Yuan was already a spirit warrior in the real world. Anyways, I will call you guys later. I have to prepare for school now. In fact, I am already running a little late because of the news. Bye. Goodbye, Yu. After Yu hung up, Meixiu suddenly spoke. Yuan, is that why your body has been growing stronger and stronger despite not working out? Your body is unnaturally fit for someone who lies in bed all day. I think so, he said. After a moment of silence, Meixiu asked, if you continue to cultivate, do you think it could possibly help you move again? A smile appeared on Yuan's face after hearing her words, and he said, I think so. As much as he wanted to tell her that he was already recovering, he wanted to make sure that he could at least lift himself off the bed before he said anything, and at the rate he was recovering, he would probably need at least a couple more months before he could tell her about his recovery. What about you, Meixiu? Are you going to become a cultivator too? I don't know yet. She mumbled. I think you should become a cultivator, Meixiu. Yuan suddenly said. And he continued, now that the entire world knows about cultivation in the real world, there will be many cultivators in the near future, and when that happens, things might get chaotic. If I don't recover by then, I want you to be able to protect yourself at the very least. One thing I learned about cultivators in Cultivation Online is that they can be unreasonable people. Whether it's Cultivation Online or the real world, there will always be people who abuse their powers and use them to bully others. After a moment of silence, Meixiu nodded her head and said, I understand. I will become a cultivator. Great. Once I am finished with the Dragon Temple, we can go look for a cultivation technique for you together. Of course, if you want, you can ask Feng Feng or Xiaohua to see if they can help you find a cultivation technique since I still have 6 more days inside the Dragon Temple. It's okay. I will wait for you. Meixiu said. Sometime later, after eating breakfast, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online whilst Meixiu went to research more about cultivators online. And as Shed expected, the world quickly learned that one could cultivate in the real world using cultivation techniques found inside Cultivation Online, and by the end of the day, nearly everybody in the world had heard about it. Of course, there were countless questions that appeared because of this situation, such as how it was possible to use cultivation techniques from a video game and if cultivating in the real world was actually safe. However, no matter how suspicious people are or whether they believed it or not, it didn't stop people from trying to become cultivators. And as a result of this discovery, the player base for Cultivation Online skyrocketed, and powers around the world began preparing for the future, a future where cultivators may rule the world. By the end of the day, millions of people tried to cultivate with countless failures. With that being said, there were also plenty of people that had succeeded in their cultivation, and about 1 in every 10,000 people would become a cultivator on their first day. Chapter 409 The Great One's Trial. After returning to the Dragon Temple, Yuan flew into the air and looked at the formation around the city to see its progress, but as had expected, the formation remained unfinished. Since it's going to take a while for the formation to finish, I should use this time to look around the place and see if I can find the treasure room, Yuan mumbled to himself, and he proceeded to fly around the massive city that would have taken him months to explore if he had to do it on foot. However, that was easier said than done. How was he supposed to find the treasure room in this massive and empty city? Where should he start? After flying around the city for an hour, Yuan gave up and decided to start searching from the ground. Is there really nobody in this place besides myself? Yuan mumbled to himself as he knocked on the closed doors. It's open. Realizing that the doors were not locked, Yuan decided to go inside. Yuan was surprised to see furniture inside the buildings. In fact, every single building was fully organized with furniture, almost like people used to live in this place. Maybe people used to live in this place in the past. Sometime later, Yuan eventually stopped entering the buildings as there was nothing new after looking through over 100 of them. What about the trials? Where can I do the trials? After pondering for some time, Yuan flew back into the air once again and activated his dragon's gaze, and instead of using it on the dragon statue, he scanned the city with it. And to his surprise, he could see some of the buildings glowing a faint golden color, almost like they were surrounded by fireflies, and some buildings were glowing brighter than the others. And just like how bright lights affected moths, Yuan went for the brightest building he saw. A few minutes later, he knocked on the door just in case it was occupied. When nobody answered, Yuan opened the door and entered the building. The interior of the building looked almost the same as the other buildings, but there was an addition there, a small dragon statue placed directly in the center of the room. Yuan ignored the other things in the room and approached the dragon statue. The moment he got close enough to the statue, it suddenly began glowing, and the doors behind him closed. Although he was startled, Yuan didn't panic or run away. A few seconds later, the dark room began brightening despite the lack of light sources in the room. Furthermore, the room also expanded, almost like the world itself was being stretched. Is this an illusion? Yuan wondered to himself. The expansion of the room wouldn't stop until all of the furniture disappeared into the horizon. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Yuan. The Great One's trial has begun. You have a new challenge. Defeat as many enemies as you can within the time limit. The more you defeat, the stronger the enemies become and the better your rewards. Difficulty has been adjusted based on your talents. Ding! 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, the moment the countdown started, Yuan could see human-like figures wearing armor that resembled the armor worn by the guards in the ancient dragon city appearing on the horizon, and there were tens if not hundreds of them appearing at once. Furthermore, they were all wielding different weapons. Some of them had swords while others had spears. There were even some weapons that Yuan had never seen before. Fortunately for him, they appeared pretty far in the distance, giving him some time to prepare. Their aura. First-level spirit masters? Yuan quickly retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and the Starry Abyss. And not waiting for these armored figures to get close, Yuan used the Starry Abyss to attack them in the distance. Boom! The Starry Abyss easily tore holes in their bodies, and after killing 100 of them, the surviving armored figures' aura suddenly grew stronger, almost like they'd leveled up or something, and they were now at the second-level Spirit Master realm. Yuan continued to slay these armored figures, and this challenge reminded him of the challenge on the 100th floor of the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. However, compared to the challenge on the 100th floor, there were not as many enemies, but they were certainly stronger, much stronger. Second level, third level, fourth level, the armored figures continued to grow stronger as Yuan destroyed them, and in just an hour, these armored figures entered the Spirit Grandmaster level. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan unleashed a devastating attack that instantly destroyed over 100 of these armored figures, increasing their strength once again to the second-level Spirit Grandmaster. Since this challenge required him to slay as many armored figures as he could in what little time he was given, Yuan spared no effort destroying as many of them as he could. Yuan's spiritual energy depleted at an insane rate that would exhaust anyone with a similar cultivation base, but because of his skill-perfect regeneration and the 9 dragon symbols inside his body continuously absorbed the surrounding chi as quickly as he used them, keeping Yuan from exhaustion. Furthermore, once the armored figures had reached Spirit Grandmaster, fewer of them were being summoned, and their silver armor also changed to a golden color. While Yuan continued his challenge inside Cultivation Online, the real world became rowdier and rowdier as more people woke up and learned about Cultivation. Sister Ro. Have you heard the news? Apparently, Cultivation is real and there are already cultivators in our world. Xiao Jingyi approached Yu Ro at school. Yu Ro smiled and said, "Everybody and their mother have been talking about it since I woke up. How can I possibly not have heard about it by now? What do you think about it?" I am filled with excitement. In fact, I am going to start cultivating when I get home today. What about you? Are you going to cultivate? Xia Jingyi said. I am also going to become a cultivator. Yu Ro nodded. Chapter 410 Golden Dragon Gift Box. Ding! You have completed the Great One's trial. Total kills, 7,945, congratulations. You have set a new record. You have been awarded a Golden Dragon Gift Box. After the timer had reached 0, Yuan was given a golden box for his efforts. Yuan laid on the floor in a tired manner as his surroundings returned to normal. The Great One said it'd be easy. What a joke. I nearly died fighting so many Spirit Grandmaster armored figures at once. Yuan sighed out loud. Fortunately for Yuan, the armored figures had their cultivation bases peaked at the 9th level Spirit Grandmaster, or he would have been in real trouble. Once he'd rested enough, Yuan opened the Golden Dragon gift box to see what was inside. This is a necklace? Yuan retrieved a golden necklace from the Golden Dragon gift box. Refined Dragon Necklace, Grade, Divine, Quality, Peak, Mental Strength required, 100,000, Soul Strength required, 30,000, Description, a powerful necklace refined by the Great One. Deflects all spiritual techniques below heaven grade. Enhances the strength of one's own spiritual attacks by 50%. Wow, this is quite a powerful treasure. Yuan wore the treasure around his neck alongside the necklace Xiao Hua gave him, and he immediately felt safer. Wait. Spiritual attacks. Does the dragon's gaze count as a spiritual attack? Yuan wondered to himself. Sometime later, Yuan left the building to look at the formation around the city. The moment he left the building, another notification appeared. 1/3 Great One's trials completed. After taking a quick look at the formation to make sure it wasn't completed, Yuan went to look for another trial to do. This time, he went for the building with the dimmest light. The Great One's trial has begun. You have a new challenge. Withstand the pressure for 3 hours. Difficulty has been adjusted based on your talents. Ding! 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, the moment the trial began, Yuan could feel an invisible pressure bearing down on him. However, this pressure wasn't very strong in his opinion. In fact, he barely felt it. After 10 minutes, the pressure grew stronger, yet it still wasn't even for Yuan. An hour later, the pressure was finally strong enough for Yuan to feel its effects, but it wasn't anything too strong, and he was still able to stand properly. It only felt like he was carrying a heavy backpack filled with rocks. After another hour, the pressure was strong enough to make Yuan feel uncomfortable if he continued standing, so he took a seat on the cold floor. The last hour was the most difficult. If it'd been another cultivator, they would feel like they're being crushed by an entire mountain on her shoulders. However, for Yuan, who was a Spirit Grandmaster, that mountain felt like a large boulder. Of course, while boulders aren't anything to scoff at and could crush even a spirit warrior in an instant, Yuan was a Spirit Grandmaster. If he wanted to, he could carry even a couple of boulders and still be fine. 3 hours passed by in a flash, and at the end, Yuan received another Golden Dragon gift box. Ding! You have completed the Great One's trial. Total time resisted, 3 hours, congratulations. You have set a new record. You have been awarded a Golden Dragon gift box. Yuan immediately opened the Golden Dragon gift box, but to his surprise, there was only an Earth-grade treasure inside. Dragon Needles, Grade, Earth, Quality, Peak, Description, 8 perfect needles crafted by the Great One. Usually used as a hidden weapon. Increases penetration by 100%. The trial was pretty easy compared to the last one, so maybe that's why the reward is so bad, Yuan mumbled to himself. Indeed, the trial he'd just beaten was one of the easiest trials in the Dragon Temple, hence the lack of reward. With that being said, it was still an Earth-grade treasure, something most if not every single player besides Yuan would die for. 2/3 Great One's trials completed. Sometime later, Yuan went back outside to look at the formation. Of course, it's still not finished. Guess I'll go ahead and finish my last trial now. Yuan looked around the city with his dragon's gaze, looking specifically for the building that had the brightest glow. After searching for a few minutes, Yuan flew to another building. Although this building didn't glow as bright as his first one, it was definitely much brighter than his previous one. Furthermore, this building appeared to be a restaurant of sorts. After knocking on the door like usual, Yuan entered the building. Sure enough, the interior looked like that of a restaurant with many tables and chairs. Yuan took a deep breath before approaching the dragon statue in the middle. Whoosh! The world before him expanded once again until he had plenty of room. The Great One's trial has begun. You have a new challenge. Dodge the incoming attacks for 1 hour or until you get hit 3 times. Difficulty has been adjusted based on your talents. A timer suddenly appeared, but there were only 3 seconds on it. 0:03, 0:02, 0:01. Once the timer had reached 0, Yuan immediately sensed danger from behind him, and another timer appeared. 59 minutes and 50 seconds, he quickly used his movement technique to leave his location, and the second he moved, a massive sword flew past where his neck had been just a second ago. 3 seconds after the first attack, Yuan could feel another sense of danger coming from his right side. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly appeared out of thin air a few meters away from his location and flew at his face. The attacks continued to come from random locations, and the more Yuan dodged, the more threats would appear at once and the quicker they would appear. 10 minutes into the challenge, Yuan was already being assaulted by 10 weapons at once, and they would attack him every 2 seconds. 30 minutes into the challenge, Yuan had to avoid over 50 threats at once, all of them coming at every single second, and things were just getting started. Chapter 4:11 Duplicate Treasure. And 2 seconds, and 1 second, ding. You have completed the Great One's trial. Total time dodged, 1 hour, total hits, 0, congratulations. You have set a new record. You have been awarded a golden dragon gift box. Yuan collapsed on the floor after he saw the notification. If I didn't level up the movement technique at the ancient dragon city, I might not have been able to pass this trial without getting hit a few times. Yuan sighed in an exhausted manner. Towards the end, he had to dodge over 100 attacks from every direction, and the attacks would come at every second, leaving him almost no room to breathe. Fortunately for him, the movement technique he'd learned from Feng Yuxiang was truly as powerful as she had claimed. A few moments later, once the world returned to normal and he had rested enough, Yuan opened the Golden Dragon gift box to see what was inside. You have obtained Dragon Temple Treasure Key. Wait a minute. Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the notification. I already have the Dragon Temple Treasure Key. Yuan exclaimed. He remembers obtaining the same thing at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower after reaching the 100th floor. What is he going to do with this extra key? Will it be a useless treasure? Normally, one wouldn't be able to obtain the Dragon Temple Treasury Key unless they got lucky with one of the trials in the Dragon Temple, yet Yuan somehow managed to obtain it before even entering the place. I did all of that just for a duplicate treasure. What luck! Yuan shook his head. 3/3 Great One's trials completed. You have reached the limit of trials you can complete. You may continue to do the trials, but you will not receive any reward. To add insult to injury, that was my last attempt. Whatever. Yuan gave up, as there was nothing he could do at this point. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the dragon statue and looked at the progress of the formation. Still not done, huh? He decided to log off for the day shortly after. How's everything going, Meixiu? Yuan asked her during dinner. Well, as you can expect, the entire world is in an uproar right now, she said. I'm not surprised. The prices for cultivation techniques have also skyrocketed since then. Even a mortal-grade cultivation technique could go for tens of thousands of dollars, she added. Also not surprising, governments around the world want to regulate cultivation, but with so many people doing it in secrecy, it's near impossible to do anything about it. I see. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, oh, yeah. You should have the basic qi gathering technique, right? It was given to everyone when we started the game. You should try to get a feel for cultivation in before you attempt it in the real world. It's going to be like practice until you get a better cultivation technique. Okay, I will try it later. What about you? Will you be playing tonight? Yes, I am waiting for some massive formation to finish, but it's taking forever. Though, I don't want to miss it when it does finish. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the game and continued to wait for the formation to finish. Meixiu went to clean the dishes before entering the game. Meanwhile, after school, Yu was summoned by her parents. Once she arrived at their main house, Yu immediately noticed the empty boxes laid outside the door, causing her to raise her eyebrows. A few minutes later, she went to look for her parents in their bedroom, which was an odd place for a meeting. When she entered their room, the first thing she noticed was the familiar-looking console on their bed. "You're finally here, huh?" Yuan said to her from the bed. "As you can see, we'll be playing Cultivation online as well." Yu stared at them with a dumbfounded look on her face. "I'm sure you've heard by now, but apparently one can become a cultivator if they play this game and use their cultivation techniques," Tang Li said. And she continued, "Yu, since you have been playing this game for some time now, you should have enough experience as a cultivator inside the game. The other families have already started cultivating, and some of their children have even succeeded in cultivating. Therefore, you're going to become a cultivator as well." I understand." Yu mumbled in a dazed voice. Although she was already planning on becoming a cultivator, it was still shocking to hear it from her parents' mouths. If becoming a cultivator truly increases one's longevity and grants them superhuman strength like they say, that's not something we can ignore. Yuan said. Sometime later, Yu returned to her own house. After eating dinner and taking a quick shower, Yu sat on her bed in the lotus position and tried to cultivate using the cultivation technique she has been using in Cultivation Online. Her breathing quickly calmed and became rhythmic, and her mind was cleared of all thoughts except the cultivation technique. Yu eventually entered this mythical state that was similar to enlightenment, yet it was not true enlightenment. A few hours later, Yu suddenly felt a nostalgic feeling spread throughout her body. Did I succeed? Am I a cultivator now? That was easier than I'd expected. Yu opened her eyes and stood up, feeling energetic all over her body. She then turned to look at her desk. After pondering for a moment, she approached it and tried to lift it with one hand. Yu didn't expect anything at first, but to her surprise, she had managed to lift the whole desk with a single arm. And with relative ease too. Heavens! It's real. I am really a cultivator. Yu exclaimed in an excited voice. Yu immediately went to pick up the phone and tried to contact Meixiu, but when nobody picked up, she called Xianxia instead. Chapter 412 Closing School Early. Jingyi, how's your cultivation going? Have you become a cultivator yet? By the sound of your voice, I can tell that you've already become a cultivator. Congratulations, Sister Ro. Unfortunately, I am still trying to break through. Xianxia's voice resounded from the phone. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll break through soon. What about you? Has anything changed now that you're a cultivator? Have you gotten stronger like they say you would? Xianxia asked. Yes. You won't believe this, but I could lift my desk with a single arm. It was really surprising. Yu said. That crazy? I'm going to continue my cultivation now. Even if I have to skip tonight's sleep, I am going to do it. Xianxia said. Me, too. I may already be a cultivator, but I still want to continue improving. I'll see you tomorrow at school. Yu said her goodbyes before closing the phone. And for the rest of the night, Yu would sit on her bed in the lotus position, slowly improving her cultivation. The following morning, despite missing a night of sleep, Yu felt incredibly refreshed and full of energy. Unlike cultivation is much slower in the real world, which isn't really that surprising. And with a lack of treasures to assist us, we'll be even slower. Yu mumbled. Was filled with rich resources that could help boost one's cultivation within seconds, but in the real world, no such resources exist and cultivators must rely on their own talents and patience to improve their cultivation. I guess this is also good. It would be bad if people can simply buy their cultivation levels like they do in becoming spirit warriors in just a few weeks. Yuan mumbled. There are plenty of rich people who would buy treasures using real money to boost their cultivation base, bypassing the earlier levels. Of course, the higher their cultivation, the more expensive each level got. Once one reaches Spirit Warrior, the amount one would need to spend to increase a level was so high that only the richest people in the world would dare to spend that much. Now that one cannot simply buy their way to the top, everyone, regardless of their status or wealth, will have a chance to become a top cultivator in the real world. Meanwhile, brother is already nearing Spirit Master. If he could move his body, how powerful would he be in this world? Yuan wondered to herself as she prepared for school. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at school, and to her surprise, the place looked even more empty than usual. Where is everybody? Xianxia asked the teacher. The teacher showed a bittersweet smile and said, because of the cultivation craze, everybody is staying home to cultivate. Yuan and the other few students in the classroom were left dumbfounded by the teacher's words. Everybody was skipping school to cultivate? As crazy as that sounded, it wasn't that surprising. It's not just the students. The teacher continued. A couple of the teachers here have also resigned this morning, so we're also understaffed at this moment. What's going to happen to our classes now? Yuan then asked. The principal has issued a gathering later today, so we'll probably know about it at that time. In the meantime, you can do whatever. The students looked at each other silently. Sometime later, the students there gathered in a circle and began talking to each other about cultivation. Have any of you tried cultivating now? I have, but I couldn't make any breakthroughs. Me too. It feels like there's something blocking me and I cannot move forward. I have that feeling as well. I actually managed to have a breakthrough this morning right before school. Xianxia said with a smile on her face. Whoa. So you're a cultivator now, right? Show us what you can do. The other students immediately looked at her with admiration. Compared to Sister Ro, I am nothing. She became a cultivator last night. Xianxia said. As expected of Meixiu. You're not only talented in music but even in cultivation. Yuan showed a stiff smile. If only they knew what her brother was capable of. A few moments later, Yuan and Xianxia showed off to the other students their new profound strength by lifting desks and chairs and treating them as though they're weightless. My God! I have been skeptical this entire time, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I cannot do anything but believe it. About an hour later, Yuan and the others in her class went to the auditorium where the principal, teachers, and other students in the school were gathered. Ahem. Thank you for coming here. As most of you, if not all of you already know by now, we're missing more than just a few students, and this is all because of the cultivation craze since yesterday. After speaking with your parents, we have agreed to close the school even earlier than anticipated. Although the place was dead silent, all of the students were filled with excitement and had an urge to start screaming. The principal continued, while I don't know when we'll reopen, it probably won't be anytime soon, and depending on how this cultivation thing changes our world, we might never open again. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused you, and if you plan on becoming a cultivator, I wish you the best of luck. Do any of you have questions? This is your last chance to ask them. After spending a couple of minutes answering the students' and teachers' questions, the principal dismissed everyone. What are you going to do now, Sister Ro? Xianxia asked her once they left the school. I am going to focus on improving my cultivation, she said. What about cultivation online? Are you going to continue playing? Of course. Yuan quickly responded. And she continued, I will play cultivation online in the morning and cultivate at night. A perfect balance if I say so myself. Chapter 413 Spirit Severing Physique. After breakfast, Meixiu laid on her bed and returned to. Once she was in the game, she took a seat on the cold floor in the lotus position and tried to cultivate using the basic qi gathering technique she had obtained at the beginning of the game. When Feng Yuxiang and the others noticed this, they turned to look at her with raised eyebrows. Are you trying to cultivate? I thought you didn't have any cultivation techniques. Feng Yuxiang couldn't help but ask her out of curiosity. Meixiu nodded and said, I have this technique called basic qi gathering technique. I want to get used to cultivation before I do it for real. What? Basic qi gathering technique? That trash everybody uses? Feng Yuxiang immediately expressed disgust on her face. Meixiu, I suggest you don't use that trash cultivation technique and wait until you have something better, even if it's only for practice. After all, the better your cultivation technique, the stronger your foundations will be. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, if you use that cultivation technique to form your foundations, it might affect your future by limiting it. For example, if two people start cultivating with different techniques, one with an inferior technique and the other with a superior technique, even if the cultivator with the inferior technique changes his cultivation technique for a better one in the future, his cultivation would not go as far as the person who has been using a superior cultivation technique since the beginning unless that person cripples his cultivation base and starts all over again. This is why most cultivators stay with one cultivation technique for their entire life even if they find something slightly better, as it's not worth the hassle of restarting your cultivation technique from the beginning. I see. Meixiu stopped trying to cultivate after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words. I mean, if you really want to cultivate, I guess it's okay for you since you won't really lose much even if you have to start again. However, it's a painful process to restart your cultivation base without damaging your dantian, and a single mistake will cripple you for the rest of your life. Feng Yuxiang added. It's okay. I will wait until I have a better cultivation technique. Meixiu said. I would give you a cultivation technique if I had one, but as a divine beast, we don't really rely on cultivation techniques to cultivate, and we absorb spirit qi as naturally as breathing. Though, having a cultivation technique would definitely help us cultivate faster. Xiaohua also only has one cultivation technique, but you're not compatible with it. What about you, Lan Yingying? You got something that could help her out? Feng Yuxiang turned to ask her. Lan Yingying shook her head and said, unfortunately, I don't have any techniques. I cultivate by consuming other magical beasts. What a unique physique. It's somewhat similar to the young master, but he eats their cores instead. Speaking of physique, do you have any unique physiques, Meixiu? Feng Yuxiang asked her. Meixiu nodded and said, it's a physique called Spirit-Severing Physique. A Spirit-Severing Physique? A divine-grade physique? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed. Meixiu nodded, and she asked, do you know what it does? The Spirit-Severing Physique is a rare and powerful physique that allows you to separate your spirit from your body. It's kind of like divine sense, and you're near invincible as long as you're in the state. Feng Yuxiang said. Furthermore, while you're in that state, you can bypass all sorts of formations and defenses that would normally block people from entering. It's a highly coveted physique since you can enter places where people normally cannot and not have to worry about traps. Even in the upper heavens, your talents will be useful. In fact, your talents will probably become more valuable as you ascend because things get increasingly more dangerous the higher you go. I know some people who have the same physique, and they would sell their services by scouting legacy tombs and other dangerous places for information in exchange for an enormous amount of wealth and resources. I see. Meixiu nodded, understanding her physique a little bit more now. How do I do it? I would like to try, she then said. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment and said, unfortunately, I don't think your body can handle it right now, especially since you're still immortal. Once you reach Spirit Warrior, you'll probably be able to do it, and as you grow stronger, you'll be able to enter your spirit form for much longer, and you can even travel further away from your real body. Okay, Meixiu said. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Temple, Yuan flew around the city with his dragon's gaze activated the entire time. I have flown around the city a couple of times now, but I still cannot find the treasure room. Yuan sighed. Where could the treasure room be hiding? He even checked all of the buildings that were glowing just in case. It was at this moment the city suddenly began rumbling again. What's happening? Could it be the formation? Yuan quickly returned to the dragon statue. Once he was at the dragon statue, Yuan looked at the formation that looked completed. It looks completed, but where is the legacy? Just as Yuan thought this, the dragon statue behind him suddenly began moving. Whoosh! The dragon statue slowly transformed, turning from metal to a more realistic material, and it was even growing bigger. In just moments, the dragon statue went from looking like a statue to a real dragon, and it even flew into the sky and circled around the city exactly 9 times before approaching Yuan. Are you the one who seeks my legacy? The dragon statue spoke to Yuan as though it was their first encounter. Yuan, who was still hovering in the air, nodded his head. You're the Great One, right? I am interested in your legacy. Can you tell me more about it? Author's note: I have decided to start a new novel with an anti-hero protagonist as an experiment. Check out Heroes Carnage if you're interested. Chapter 414: The Great One's Legacy. Interested? The Great One's statue raised its eyebrows at Yuan's words. You're merely interested in my legacy? You know, even immortals and gods covet my legacy. The Great One's statue said to him. Yes, but it sounds like a lot of responsibility, Yuan said. Responsibility? Ha ha ha. Of course, it's a lot of responsibility. Not anyone can just obtain the Great One's legacy. What is the Great One's legacy, anyway? According to my knowledge, I only have to ascend to the upper heavens and find the real Great One, right? That's the gist of it, yes. However, there are more things you should keep in mind. The Great One's eyes suddenly flickered with a profound light, and it continued, first and foremost, once you obtain the legacy, you will have exactly 100 years to find the real Great One who is always wandering the 9 heavens. 100 years? That's a long time. Yuan mumbled. The Great One's statue raised its eyebrows. 100 years is a long time. In its eyes, 100 years could disappear in the blink of an eye, especially for most immortals that can live for millions of years with ease. Next, you are only allowed to hold the Great One's legacy once in your lifetime, so if you happen to run into another chance to obtain the Great One's legacy, just know that you won't be able to accept it. There will be other chances to obtain this legacy? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes. The Great One has multiple trials spread across the 9 heavens, so everyone has a chance to obtain his legacy. Does this mean there can be more than one person carrying the Great One's legacy at one time? Yuan asked. The statue nodded and said, there are currently 99 people who are carrying the Great One's legacy as of this moment. If you accept it, you will be the 100th person. However, nobody has been able to complete the legacy, not even the people at the upper heavens. Can there only be one person who completes the legacy? Yuan then asked. No, there can be multiple people. However, the earlier you complete it, the better your rewards. I see. Anyways, as for the last thing you should know about the Great One's legacy. There's actually a curse within it that will make your cultivation life harder if you accept it. Huh? A curse? Yuan raised his eyebrows again. It's nothing malicious, but if you accept it, you might lose some of your luck, and there may be unfortunate encounters that you would otherwise not experience if you weren't carrying the Great One's legacy. Basically, it will make things more difficult for you. If you can overcome the curse and find the Great One while carrying this legacy, you will be awarded immense wealth that would make even immortals and gods jealous. Do you accept this legacy? The statue asked him. Ding. You have been offered to carry the Great One's legacy. Do you accept? Yuan didn't immediately answer, and after pondering for a few moments, he said, I have a question before I decide. The statue was speechless. If it was anybody else, they would have long accepted the legacy. If I accept the Great One's legacy, can I accept another legacy in the future if I have the chance? Yuan asked. You're a greedy one. The statue responded in a dumbfounded voice. After a moment of silence, the statue continued to speak. There is no limit on how many legacy one can carry at a time. However, don't bite more than you can chew. Yuan nodded. Since that's the case, I will accept the Great One's legacy. Good. The statue's eyes suddenly glowed brightly before shooting a golden beam of light inside Yuan's body. Ding! You have accepted the Great One's legacy. You have 100 years to find the Great One. Because of the Great One's legacy, you have been cursed with minor misfortune. Minor misfortune, curse grade, heaven, description, a curse that lowers your luck by 500. You now carry the Great One's legacy, carry it with pride and honor. Good luck. The statue said to him. Oh. Before you go, can you tell me where the treasure room is? I looked everywhere but still couldn't find it. Even a little hint is good enough. Yuan suddenly said to it. The statue didn't say anything, but its gaze turned to look in a certain direction for a good moment before it flew around the city 9 times before returning to its original place and turning back into a metal statue. Thank you. Yuan bowed to the statue before flying towards the direction it had hinted. Sometime later, Yuan reached the end of the city, yet he still couldn't find the treasure room. He then decided to fly back and forth this same path a few more times just in case he missed something, but alas, the treasure room still remained nowhere to be seen. Yuan decided to stop and ponder for some time. A few minutes later, he turned to look at the area outside the city, which was only a desolate land that had no signs of life. Maybe the treasure room is outside the city and somewhere in this desolate land? Yuan mumbled to himself. After taking a deep breath, Yuan decided to leave the city and enter the desolate land. The moment Yuan left the city, he could feel an ominous feeling looming around him, almost like there were people looking at him from every direction. Furthermore, the spiritual energy was completely different compared to inside the city. It was more chaotic and impure. I sure hope this is the right way and the statue wasn't just playing with me. Yuan swallowed nervously. After flying straight for an hour, Yuan suddenly felt a chill down his spine, causing him to turn around. When he turned around, he was greeted by a massive shadowy figure that resembled a dragon following a few miles behind him. However, because of its massive and long size, it looked like it was right behind him. What the heck is that? Yuan felt his heart skip a beat after seeing this unknown entity suddenly behind him. Author's note: I have decided to start a new novel with an anti-hero protagonist as an experiment. Check out Heroes Carnage if you're interested. Chapter 415 Shadow Realm. Human. The shadowy entity following behind Yuan mumbled in a ghastly voice. Yuan's body shuddered even more after hearing this unknown entity's voice, and its glowing red eyes that emitted bloodlust didn't help either. What are you? And what do you want from me? Yuan shouted at it while he increased his flying speed. However, the dark entity ignored his questions and merely continued to mumble in a ghastly voice that was devoid of all emotions. Human. When it noticed Yuan increasing his speed, the unknown entity also increased its speed. After being chased for a few minutes, Yuan could see small glowing red dots around him in the distance. Oh, the Great One. I really hope you're not messing with me now and that the treasure room is really this way. Yuan cried out loud as he increased his flying speed even more. Human. More and more shadowy figures began emerging from the darkness, and in just half an hour, there were over a dozen shadowy entities following Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan decided to attack these entities with the starry abyss, but the dagger went straight through these entities' bodies. Human. The dark entities suddenly screamed, causing Yuan to tremble from fright. I probably shouldn't have done that. He cried inwardly after seeing the aftermath. Not only have the dark entities sped up, but they were even beginning to attack him by spitting out these black balls that would explode after a short time. Whoa! Yuan quickly dodged these ominous-looking balls. One of these dark balls touched the ground, and when that happened, the ground immediately disappeared the next second. What are these things? Yuan cried out loud as he sped up even more. After flying for a few minutes while constantly dodging these shadow balls, Yuan suddenly felt a sense of danger from below, causing him to look down at the ground, and that's when he noticed the sea of shadowy hands that had sprouted from the ground out of nowhere. These shadowy hands danced left and right, and some of them would suddenly extend and shoot straight at Yuan like a spear. Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat at this moment. This has to be one of the most ridiculous situations he has experienced in thus far. Furthermore, the uncertainty of the situation and these unknown entities only made things worse. What are you doing here, human? A gentle voice that was the complete opposite of the ghastly voices Yuan had gotten used to by now suddenly resounded, taking Yuan by surprise. Compared to the ghastly voices that sounded like he was being haunted, this gentle voice sounded like it came from a goddess. Another shadowy figure appeared a few meters in front of Yuan, but it didn't take a monstrous shape like the others. Instead, it had a feminine figure, and quite the mature one at that. Yuan subconsciously stopped moving when his path was blocked by this shadowy figure. The shadowy figure suddenly lifted her hand and made a beckoning gesture with her hand, forcing him to fly towards her. However, the shadowy figure also moved back as Yuan approached her. Continue moving. If you're caught by those things, you'll turn into one of them and be trapped in here forever. Don't mind me. The gentle voice spoke to him. Yuan nodded and continued to fly towards the shadowy figure. So, what is a human like you doing here in the Shadow Realm? The gentle voice asked him again. Shadow Realm? What is this place? And what are these things behind me? The Shadow Realm is a forbidden land where banished souls like them, like us, dwell for eternity. It's rare for living beings to appear here, she responded. I see. Well, I am trying to head to the treasure room. And the Great One suggested I go this way. Hopefully, I didn't go too far. Yuan spoke to the shadowy figure while he dodged the incoming attacks from all sides. The Dragon Treasury? You're definitely going the right way. However, you might have to fly for a few more hours before you reach it. The shadowy figure said to him. I have to continue this for a few hours? Yuan felt an urge to cry. The treasure room better be worth all this effort. Since we have plenty of time to spare, why don't we talk a little more? It's been forever since I have spoken with a living being. The shadowy figure suddenly said. I would love to chat with you, but as you can see, it's not easy to talk while trying to avoid these things behind me. Yuan said. The shadowy figure seemed to be pondering about something. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Although this is going to be problematic for me later, I guess it's worth it if I can speak with you. The shadowy figure suddenly snapped her fingers, causing a profound black ripple to appear around her. This black ripple instantly swept the place, and when it touched the shadowy entities following behind Yuan, it caused them to shiver before turning tails and flying the other direction. Thank you. Yuan said to the shadowy figure after taking a deep breath. That will only stop the weaker ones from chasing after you. There are stronger entities in here that even I cannot control, said the shadowy figure. And she continued, anyways, now that they're not bothering you, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? How long has it been since the primordial era? What kind of era are we in right now? Primordial era? Sorry, I don't know, that's fine. Then do you know who's the current ruler of the 9 heavens? Yuan shook his head. I don't know much about the 9 heavens since I arrived in this world recently. Oh. Tell me more. The shadowy figure said, her interest piqued. Well. I am from a world called Earth, and I have come to the 9 heavens to explore it. I guess. Yuan said. Earth? I have never heard of this place before. It must be some kind of minor world outside the 9 heavens. The shadowy figure said. Author's note, I have decided to start a new novel with an anti-hero protagonist as an experiment. Check out Heroes Carnage if you're interested. Chapter 4:16 Banished Souls. If you don't mind me asking, just what are you guys? Banished souls? Does this mean you're dead? Yuan suddenly asked the shadowy figure. Dead, huh? While we're not truly dead, we might as well be considered dead since we cannot leave this place, she said. We're souls, evil spirits so to speak, and our physical bodies have long rotted from this world. Why? Why were you guys banished here? Did you do something wrong? The shadowy figure giggled in a graceful tone before speaking, maybe. Some considered us as sinners while others considered us as heroes. It all depends on which side you stand. And she continued, as for what we did. Well, we waged war against heaven and the ruler of the 9 heavens, the celestial emperor. And as you can probably tell from our current situation, we lost the war and were banished to this shadow realm. The celestial emperor? Why would you do something like that? Yuan couldn't understand their motivation at all. The shadowy figure immediately sneered in a cold voice, that bastard is nothing more than a tyrant who abused his power by controlling the resources in the 9 heavens. A cultivator should not have to get on their knees and kiss the celestial emperor's feet to obtain resources, yet that's what we had to do. If we don't become his dogs, we would be denied the good resources and could only cultivate the low-tier resources. Imagine being told you cannot drink water no matter if it's water from a natural spring or a store, and you're forced to drink the dirty water on the streets unless you decide to give up your dignity and become the celestial emperor's lapdog. This is why we waged war against that bastard. But alas, he had too much power and influence. It was a one-sided slaughter. However, it would still require a lot of effort and resources to kill all of us, so they decided to banish our spirits into this place. I don't know how long it has been since the war, but the majority of souls in this place have long lost their minds and gone crazy. They're now just mindless spirits wandering the shadow realm with an insatiable bloodlust. How come you seem to be fine? Yuan couldn't help but ask her, who seemed perfectly sane and was even talking to him calmly. Do I seem fine? It might not seem like it, but I am actually trying my best to not consume you even now. Yuan immediately stopped moving when he heard her words, and he stared at her figure with a dumbfounded look on his face. Ha ha ha. The shadowy figure suddenly burst out laughing after she saw Yuan's reaction. I'm just joking. You should have seen your face just now. Oh really? Yuan became even more dumbfounded. Although most of the spirits in this place have long lost their mind, there are still some who are completely rational and sane, and they all used to be incredibly powerful immortals. Of course, I am one of these individuals. The shadowy figure pointed at herself. Although she didn't have any facial features on her face besides 2 glowing red eyes, Yuan could somehow see a prideful expression on her face right now. Do you know why? She suddenly asked. No. Why? Because I have hope that I will be able to leave this place one day, she said, taking him by surprise. I thought you were trapped here for eternity. And how can you leave without a body? Having a physical body is the least of my worries. As an immortal, even if my physical body is destroyed, I won't die as long as my soul remains unharmed. Also, I can recreate my body if I have enough resources. The only problem is leaving the shadow realm. I cannot do it by myself. The shadowy figure then pointed at him. This is where you come into play. I want you to help me by bringing me out of this place, she said in a solemn voice. Of course, I won't ask you to do it for free. The fact you're in this place means you're special, and judging by your cultivation and young appearances, you're also very talented. Whether it be cultivation techniques or treasures, I'm pretty sure you already have it all. Therefore, I will give you something more valuable than any treasure or technique there is in this world. The shadowy figure then turned her finger, pointing at herself. Me. I will give myself to you. Yuan stared at her with wide eyes. If you help me leave this place, once I recreate my body, I will give my everything to you, my body, my heart, and even my soul. Before Yuan could even respond, she continued to speak, I will have you know that I used to be one of 3 ethereal immortal fairies, a title that's exclusive to the most beautiful and powerful women in all 9 heavens. Even the celestial emperor coveted me, to the point where he was willing to forgive me for attacking him if I gave myself to him. I don't know what to say. Yuan said in a dazed voice, as this was too sudden. Even if I want to help you, I don't know how to. It's okay if you don't know. I will give you the instructions, she said. However, before Yuan could even respond, another voice suddenly resounded. Don't be fooled by that sly vixen, young man. Everything that comes out of her mouth is nothing but fart, only to seduce naive young men like you so that you would do all of her biddings. Midway through the sentence, another shadowy figure appeared in their location, and this figure had the shape of a tall and muscular man. Who are you? Yuan asked. I used to be the sect master of the Immortal Monastery, one of the top sects in all of 9 heavens during the primordial era. If you help me leave this place, I will grant you any wish that you may have. Power, status, wealth, women, anything at all. Author's note, check out my anti-hero novel Heroes Carnage. Chapter 4:17 Banished Immortals. Yuan was speechless after this newcomer's arrival. Now hold on just a damn minute. Who are you calling a sly vixen? How dare you tarnish my reputation with such an outrageous lie? The immortal fairy said in an angry voice. She then turned to look at Yuan and continued, don't listen to him, young man. Everything I said is the truth. As much as I want to get out of this place, I won't lower myself to such a standard to do so, unlike someone over here. Young man, that vixen is known for seducing young men and tossing them aside like trash once she's done with them. I cannot count how many young men she had ruined in the past, said the sect master. And he continued, Vixen, why don't you tell him your other title besides the ethereal immortal fairy? Or are you scared that it might reveal your true self? Here, let me help you then. Besides ethereal immortal fairy, you're also known as the deceitful blood empress. Wah. That stupid title was given to me by those losers ID rejected. That has nothing to do with me being deceitful. The immortal fairy refuted. And she continued to defend herself, as one of the top beauties in the 9 heavens, it's only natural that I would have countless admirers. However, whenever I would reject someone, they would spread lies to get back at me. Young man, you have to believe me. I am innocent. This man, on the other hand, is known for manipulating people. People also called him Devil Hand Madman back in the primordial era. If it's anyone you should be careful about, it's him. The immortal fairy and the sect master began pointing fingers at each other. It was a weird sight to witness for Yuan. Yuan suddenly interrupted them and asked, what do you guys plan on doing if you do leave this place? Continue fighting the Celestial Emperor? The two of them stopped fighting each other and turned to look at Yuan in silence. After a moment of silence, they laughed, ha ha ha. Of course, not. We have already lost the war, there's no point in fighting anymore. Furthermore, what can 1 or 2 of us do against the Celestial Emperor when an entire army has failed to defeat him? We also don't know what it's like outside, too. The sect master then said, my plans will mostly depend on what is happening outside and the current situation with the Celestial Emperor. If he's still ruling the 9 heavens, then I will probably remain low-key and change my identity. If that bastard is dead, then I will restore my sect and its glory. Unlike him, I don't have such big ambitions. I am simply so bored of this place that I don't care what I do outside as long as I'm not stuck in this dump. The immortal fairy said. Yuan was relieved to hear that they didn't want revenge or anything too crazy, as he pitied their situation and wanted to help them. While they could also be tricking him, he didn't sense any malice coming from them. Then can you tell me how I can help you leave this place? I hope you're not going to say something like I will need to borrow your body. Yuan said to them. Ha ha ha. Borrow your body? We're not ghosts. Although it's possible, it's not very practical, and it's not very convenient for us either. The immortal fairy laughed. Then how? It's really simple, actually. The sect master said, and he continued, one of us will occupy your treasure until we can recreate our body. Yuan pondered for a moment and said, since it's that easy, why are you guys fighting over who I should help, even trying to bash the other person? Well, because even though it may sound simple, it actually requires a lot of your soul strength to keep us safe inside the treasure, and it's not possible for someone at your level to help two of us at once. However, the biggest issue is that the treasure we can occupy is limited to soul weapons, and people normally can only wield one at a time. The sect master said. You have a soul weapon, right? I saw you use it, hence why I even asked you to help me. The immortal fairy said. Well, I do have a soul weapon. In fact, I have two, so I might be able to help both of you. Yuan said. What? You have two soul weapons? They both exclaimed in a surprised voice. Even during the primordial era that gave birth to the most talented geniuses the Nine Heavens has seen to date, it was incredibly rare for someone to wield two soul weapons at once. Haha. This is great. This means both of us can leave. The sect master shouted in a blissful voice. If he has enough soul strength to wield two soul weapons, he'll most likely have enough soul strength to help both of us. However, his cultivation is still lacking severely. The immortal fairy said. And she continued, you must be at least a spirit emperor before you can help us. Spirit emperor? That'll take years. And I only have a couple more days in this place before I have to leave. Yuan said to them. It's only a few years. We have been here for countless years. A few more years won't make any difference to us. And you can simply come back to this place in the future. The immortal fairy said. I'm not sure I will be able to return to this place after I leave, though, don't worry, the shadow realm exists in many places. As long as you continue to explore the Nine Heavens, you'll eventually come back here again. Hopefully, you'll be a spirit emperor by then, said the sect master. So, will you be willing to help us? Well, definitely repay this debt and more in the future. The immortal fairy asked him again. Ding! You have received a hidden quest. Hidden quest, Banished Immortals, difficulty, impossible, description, help the two banished souls escape from the shadow realm, reward? Chapter 418 Entering the Treasure Room. Impossible? Just how difficult is this hidden quest? Yuan was surprised by the difficulty of the quest. Maybe the reason it says impossible is because it's literally impossible for me right now, as I don't have the required cultivation to help them. Yuan wondered if this was the case. After a moment of silence, Yuan looked at the two shadowy figures and said, I don't mind helping you, but I will only do it if you promise me something. What is it? They both asked him simultaneously. Promise me that you're not deceiving me so that you can leave this place and cause trouble outside. If you break your promise, I will take full responsibility and do everything in my power to stop you. As much as he wanted to trust these shadowy figures and believe they are who they say they are, he can never be too careful, and there was no way for him to know whether they are telling the truth or not. The two shadowy figures turned to look at each other for a moment before raising their hands, almost like they were swearing an oath. I, Yu Ning, with heaven as my witness, swear that I am not deceiving you. If I deceive you, may the heavens shatter my soul into 1,000 pieces. The immortal fairy swore in a sincere voice. I, Ji Ran, with heaven as my witness, swear that I am not deceiving you. If I deceive you, may the heavens shatter my soul into 1,000 pieces. The sect master swore next. After their swearing ended, Yuan could feel a profound aura suddenly appear in the atmosphere. Are you satisfied, young man? We don't have any ulterior motives, nor are we trying to deceive you. We are only trying to leave this hell that has kept us in the darkness for countless years. Ji Ran, the sect master, said to him. Now that we made a heavenly oath, if we deceive you, the heavens will directly punish us by shattering our souls into 1,000 pieces, and that brings us no merits. Hearing their sincere voices, Yuan nodded. Okay, I will help you guys get out of this place when I can. You have accepted the hidden quest, Banished Immortals. Thank you, young man. The both of them bowed to him in a respectful manner. You can call me Yuan, he nodded. Sometime later, they arrived before a massive golden temple. Is this the treasure room? Yuan asked the two immortals who decided to linger around. Yes, this is the dragon treasury. Yuning said. And she continued, since the shadow realm and this place isn't truly connected, we cannot enter this place, so you'll have to go alone. Yuan nodded and approached the dragon treasury. Thank you for bringing me here and preventing the other spirits from bothering me, he said to them. It's nothing compared to what you'll be doing for us. Yuan nodded. I will try my best to reach Spirit Emperor and return to this place. There's no need to rush, Yuan. A few hundred years mean nothing to us here, much less a few years. The most important thing is to keep yourself safe and alive. Everything will be meaningless if you die, and it will also seal our fate. Yuning said to him. Don't forget about us. Ji Ran said in a joking tone. Yuan chuckled and said, Don't worry, I won't forget something this important. I will see you two later. The sooner the better. Ji Ran nodded. Sometime later, Yuan entered the dragon treasury whilst the two immortal spirits lingered around the place for a few more moments before disappearing like smoke. Once Yuan entered the building through the main door that was already opened, he began descending an extremely long flight of stairs that took at least half an hour of straight walking. If he had to take a guess, the treasure room was actually dozens of miles underground. And although there were no windows or sources of light, the place was dimly lit, almost as though there were invisible candles in the place. Once he reached the bottom, Yuan was greeted by another set of doors. This time, the doors were actually sealed shut, and there were two dragons engraved on each side of the doors. Yuan took a deep breath and approached the doors, and he tried to push it open. However, the doors remained tightly shut. How do I enter this place? I should have the key, two of them at that. Yuan mumbled to himself. It was at this moment one of the dragon engravings suddenly shot out a golden beam from its eyes, landing directly on Yuan's body. The beam only lasted for a few seconds. Once it disappeared, the doors suddenly began rumbling, and they slowly opened the next moment. When the rumbling stopped, Yuan took another deep breath and entered the bright room ahead. The air inside the room was unnaturally cool, almost like there was an air conditioner inside, and the room was smaller than Yuan had expected. Inside the treasure room that was only slightly larger than an ordinary store, there were around a dozen display cases placed orderly around the room. This scenery reminded him of Feng Yuxiang's store before she closed it down. Yuan immediately walked around the room and looked at the treasures in the display cases. Bloody Dragon Spear, grade, ancient, quality, peak, physical strength required, 200,000, mental strength required, 350,000, description, a powerful spear refined with dragon blood. Increases damage by 500%. Increases weapon penetration by 1000%. What a powerful treasure. Yuan subconsciously went to open the display case to take a closer look at the spear. However, a notification appeared in front of him when he touched the display case. Would you like to use 1x Dragon Temple treasure key to open the display case? What? Does this mean I can only take one treasure for every key I have? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice, feeling lucky that had obtained a second key now, as this meant he could obtain an extra treasure in this place. Chapter 419 Leaving the Dragon Temple. Once he realized that he could only pick 2 treasures from the dozen in the treasure room, Yuan proceeded to look at every single treasure carefully before making a decision. Oh. This looks like. Yuan narrowed his eye when he saw a glass bottle that contained a single drop of blood inside. Dragon blood, description, a priceless treasure that will increase one's lifespan by 100,000 years and has the ability to awaken one's bloodline. As had expected, it was dragon blood. However, Yuan wasn't very excited about this drop of blood that would start a war in the cultivation world if known, and it was mostly because of the dragon ancestor's blood essence that's already in his possession. Not only was the dragon ancestor's blood essence much more powerful than this ordinary blood, but he has also already awakened his bloodline, so unless he really wanted that 100,000 years of longevity on top of the 50,000 longevity had obtained from Feng Yuxiang's blood, this dragon blood was essentially useless to him. Thus, after spending a few seconds on the dragon blood, Yuan moved on to the next treasure, which appeared to be a semi-transparent cloak. Invisible dragon cloak, grade, ancient, mental strength required, 200,000, soul strength required, 200,000, quality, peak, description, a powerful cloak that turns completely invisible when worn. Increases base physical defenses by 100%. Negates all physical damage from cultivators below Spirit King. Deflects all physical damage from treasures below ancient grade. Oh, this is a very good treasure. As long as I have this, I don't have to worry about getting hit by physical attacks. Yuan mumbled to himself, putting this invisible dragon cloak at the top of his list. The next treasure displayed was a single scale. Ancient dragon scale, description, a near-indestructible material that can be used to forge or refine ancient-grade treasures. Next in line was a cultivation technique that Yuan was very familiar with. Dragon's gaze, description, a technique created by the Great One. A single gaze will cause immortals to bow and the heavens to tremble in fear. Used by royal families of the dragon race. Dragon's gaze? I would have probably picked this if I didn't already know it. Yuan sighed. The next treasure was also a cultivation technique. Relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens, rank, ancient, description, a single fist to shatter the stars, another to rule the heavens. Consumes half of your overall spiritual energy to unleash a heaven-destroying attack with your fists. What a powerful sounding technique. Kind of reminds me of Feng Yuxiang's movement technique. It might come in handy when I cannot use my treasures. Yuan mumbled to himself. He has already encountered multiple situations where he is restricted to using his fists, and he cannot rely on his weapons forever, so getting a fist technique might help him in the future. The other treasures in the room were weapons and armors, but compared to the invisible dragon cloak, they weren't too impressive, and Yuan wasn't in need of weapons or armors. Okay, I have decided. I am going to take the invisible dragon cloak and the relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens technique. Would you like to use 1x dragon temple treasure key to open the display case? Yes. A dragon temple treasure key has been consumed. After opening the display case that contained the invisible dragon cloak, Yuan immediately wore it on his body like a cape. Ding! Due to the invisible dragon cloak, your physical defense has increased by 100%. Physical defense, 467,420. The cloak disappeared the moment Yuan wore it, almost like it no longer exists. However, Yuan could still feel its presence as the owner of the treasure. After wearing the cloak, Yuan went to open the second display case. Would you like to use 1x Dragon Temple treasure key to open the display case? Yes. A Dragon Temple treasure key has been consumed. Yuan picked up the scroll that had been sitting inside the display case for God knows how long and immediately stored it inside his spatial ring. What should I do now? I reached the limit of trials I can do. I have received the Great One's legacy, and I even went to the treasure room. There's literally nothing left for me to do in here, and I still have a couple of days left in this place. Can I leave this place before the time limit? Yuan was already prepared to leave the Dragon Temple, but he wasn't too hasty and wanted to make sure that he wasn't missing anything in the treasure room. Thus, he began looking around the place again, searching every nook and cranny with the dragon's gaze activated. When he was satisfied, Yuan shouted out loud, "Great One! Can you hear me? I would like to leave the Dragon Temple." A few moments of silence later, a profound voice suddenly resounded in the treasure room. "Are you sure? Once you leave, you won't be able to return." "Yes, I am sure. I have already done everything here," Yuan said. "Everything, huh?" A grayish cloud suddenly appeared in the air a few meters away from Yuan before transforming into an eye. So you have received my legacy. The Great One could immediately tell at glance. And you even reached the treasure room that hasn't been opened since I created this place. Not bad, but not unexpected. I can take you outside if you wish, but before you leave, tell me one thing. The Great One said. And it continued, what do you plan on doing after you leave this place? I don't really know. I guess I'll explore the lower heavens some more with my friends before I decide to challenge the stairway to heaven. I see, the Great One didn't say anything else, and its eyes suddenly flickered with a profound light. Before Head even realized, Yuan had been teleported outside the Dragon Temple, returning to the Dragon Fissure at the Dragon Essence Temple. Disciple Yuan? A surprised voice called out to him, causing him to turn around, and when he realized her identity, he mumbled in a low voice, Senior Song? Chapter 420 Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. Where did you come from? You startled me for a second there. Song Linger said to him in a dazed voice. And she continued, what happened to the Dragon Temple? You're out earlier than I'd expected. I finished it earlier than I had expected as well. Yuan nodded. Well, this makes things much easier for me, anyway. Song Linger proceeded to store the zither into her storage ring. And she continued afterward, you should know why I'm here, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to recruit you to the Heavenly Melody Academy. Join my sect. I'm sorry, but I cannot join your sect. Yuan immediately refused her offer. Song Linger wasn't surprised by his response. In fact, she had expected it. After taking a deep breath, she asked him, what do I have to do in order for you to join my sect? I'm sorry, but I don't intend on joining another sect while I am in the lower heavens, and I plan on leaving this place in the near future, Yuan said. Song Linger sighed after hearing his words, and she said afterward, I understand. However, she suddenly stopped in the middle of her speech, and she narrowed her eyes at him. Why you? Why are you emitting the aura of a spirit grandmaster? Song Linger suddenly realized this fact that even Yuan and the others had missed because they were unable to detect Yuan's cultivation base, who was a spirit grandmaster, whilst being a spirit master unless they really focused on him. I am currently at the 3rd level spirit grandmaster, Yuan revealed his cultivation base in a casual voice, making it sound like it was normal for a young man like him to be a spirit grandmaster. 3rd level spirit grandmaster? That's 2 whole levels higher than mine. Song Linger exclaimed. Did the mystic realm affect your cultivation that much? You were only a 1st level spirit master before you entered. Yuan nodded, yes, a lot of things happened while I was inside, and my cultivation benefited a lot from it. Good heavens. And to think you were only a spirit warrior during the zither competition. At this rate, you'll reach Spirit Lord by next month. Song Linger said, feeling all of her motivation to recruit him shattering into 1,000 pieces. After all, who in their right mind would be shameless enough to ask a spirit grandmaster to become a disciple? If Yuan joins the Heavenly Melody Academy, he wouldn't be joining as a disciple but as the sect master instead. Young master. You're out already? The door to the building a few meters from them suddenly opened, and Feng Yuxiang and the others could be seen walking out of the building a moment later. Yuan? I thought you had an entire week inside. Did something happen? Meixiu asked him. Yuan shook his head and said, no, I have accomplished everything I could inside, and it would simply be a waste of time if I continued to stay inside when there's nothing else to do, so I decided to leave early. Does this mean you'll be leaving the Dragon Essence Temple now? Xiaohua asked him. Yuan nodded, yes, but I cannot just leave without saying anything. I still have to let the sect master and the others know. Wait. You're leaving the Dragon Essence Temple already? Song Linger asked him in a dumbfounded voice. Yes. What are you going to do after you leave? I'm going to explore the lower heavens some more with my friends before I ascend, he said. After a moment of silence, Song Linger sighed, fine. I give up trying to recruit you. And she continued, however, I have another offer for you now. Before you leave the lower heavens, can you visit the Heavenly Melody Academy at least once? That I can do. Yuan quickly accepted her offer. I am also interested in what a sect that's focused on music is like. Great. Let me know before you arrive so I can prepare for it. Song Linger reached into her robes and retrieved a jade slip before handing it to Yuan. This is my communication jade slip. You can contact me for other things if you wish. Song Linger said. Okay. I will definitely visit the Heavenly Melody Academy once before I leave. Yuan nodded. It's a promise. Then I will see you then. Song Linger said before flying away. After Song Linger left the scene, Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Yuan and asked him, Did you obtain anything good in the Dragon Temple? Yuan nodded, I will tell you all about it, but let's sit down first. They proceeded to enter the building Long Yijuan left behind. Once they were all seated, Yuan began recalling his experience in the Dragon Temple. Although they were surprised about the priceless treasures had obtained, they were more shocked about the Shadow Realm and the banished immortals within. Immortals from the primordial era. That's a really long time ago, and I mean really, really long ago. Feng Yuxiang said. How long are we talking about? A few 100,000 years? Yuan asked. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, More like a few 100 million years ago. What? That long? Yuan was greatly shocked to learn this. Does this mean the banished immortals had been living in that hell for at least a few 100 million years? His pity for them grew even more. As for what they said regarding the Celestial Emperor. Indeed, that has happened in the past. It was called the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods, and it was one of the first large-scale wars to happen in the 9 heavens. Tens of thousands of immortals and many gods perished during that war. Though, I don't know much about it besides what I just said since it happened really long ago. Feng Yuxiang said. As for whether they can be trusted or not, I really can't tell you that since I don't know either of them. Ethereal Immortal Fairy and the Sect Master of the Immortal Monastery. I have never heard of them before, but if you go to the upper heavens, you might find more information about them. Chapter 421 Announcing his departure. After recalling his experience to them, Yuan showed off his newly acquired treasure. What? You had that on you the entire time? I didn't even notice it. Feng Yuxiang was surprised when Yuan suddenly removed the invisible dragon cloak from his body, allowing the others to see it. An ancient grade treasure. As expected of the Great One. He's known for having the biggest collection of treasures in the 9 heavens. Feng Yuxiang sighed in admiration, as she has heard of countless legends about the Great One in the upper heavens. Sometime later, Yuan said, Okay, I am going to speak with the sect master now regarding my departure. After the others returned to his body, Yuan and Meixiu returned to the Dragon Essence Temple. Sect Master, are you there? Yuan knocked on the sect master's headquarters. Disciple Yuan? I'm a little busy right now, but you can enter. I'll be with you after I'm done here. Long Yijin's voice resounded a moment later. Yuan proceeded to open the door and enter the building, and to his surprise, there were many people gathered inside at this moment. Elder Xian and Elder Shang were also there alongside 4 unfamiliar faces. However, it was clear to Yuan at a glance that the atmosphere was an unpleasant one. That's Disciple Yuan? The person who opened the Mystic Pagoda and refused to ascend with Senior Nye? One of the people Yuan didn't recognize mumbled in a surprised voice. Disciple Yuan, you can take a seat over there for now. This won't take long. Long Yijuan said to them. And then he returned to the 4 individuals and said, Anyways, back to our topic. I am willing to return the divine grade treasures you'd lost to our Dragon Essence Temple during the bet, but it won't be for free, 100,000 spirit stones. That is the amount I am willing to sell it for, no more, no less. 100,000 spirit stones? Are you out of your damn mind, Long Yijuan? That's 1 billion gold. Even divine grade treasures aren't worth that much. One of the guests there said. That's right. The last time a divine-grade treasure was sold, it was sold for around 600 million gold. Another one said. While that is true, it is also true that these divine-grade treasures are of the peak quality and an inheritance treasure for your sections. Surely, they must be worth more than an ordinary divine-grade treasure sold in an auction house. Am I right? Long Yijuan said to them, refusing to lower the cost. If he manages to sell these 4 divine-grade treasures for 400,000 spirit stones, that would supply their sect for many years to come. The 4 sect masters was speechless. As much as they wanted to refute Long Yijuan's claims, they weren't in the position. After all, they must reclaim their sect's treasure at all cost, or their ancestors might curse them from their graves. Look, I am not the one standing between you and your treasure, you are. If you just hand over 100,000 spirit stones, would be more than happy to return your treasures that ID rightfully won. Long Yijuan continued to speak. In fact, there are many people who are eyeing these treasures at this moment, and they'd be more than willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones for them. I am giving you guys the opportunity to reclaim them first since I am a kind man. If you don't want them, I will have no choice but to sell them to other people. When the 4 sect masters heard Long Yijuan's shameless words, they nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood from anger. However, they managed to refrain themselves from doing so, and after a long moment of silence, one of them said, Fine. I will pay 100,000 spirit stones. Give me 3 days to prepare the money. Once one of them surrendered, the others began surrendering as well, as they didn't want to risk Long Yijuan selling their treasures to other sects, something they were certain he was shameless enough to do. Thank you all for your business. The 4 sect masters left the place shortly after, whilst Long Yijuan kept a wide smile on his face even after they left. Ha ha ha. A bunch of idiots. Long Yijuan laughed out loud after they left. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, You're out earlier than ID expected. Did something happen? He repeated what Meixiu said not long ago. Nothing happened. I just finished faster than anticipated. That's all, he said. If that's the case, then I hope you have obtained some good treasures whilst inside. Of course, you don't have to tell me anything. Long Yijuan said to him. Anyways, do you have anything else for me? Yuan nodded and said, I'm here to announce my departure from the Dragon Essence Temple. Everyone in the room looked at him with widened eyes, their expressions filled with surprise. Why you're going to leave the sect? Why? Did we do something wrong? Or did someone offend you again? Elder Shang was the first to snap out of her daze and asked him. Yuan shook his head and said, No, the sect didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I think I have experienced enough of what it's like to be a disciple, and that it's about time I leave. After a moment of silence, Long Yijuan sighed, I see. So it's that time, huh? I knew you wouldn't stay in the sect for long, but to think that day would come so soon. Of course, I won't even try to convince you to stay. As much as I want you to stay here, we are well aware that you don't belong to this place. It's simply too small for someone like you. I'm glad you decided to leave after the Mystic Realm. What do you plan on doing after you leave? Long Yijuan gave up rather quickly and asked him. Chapter 422 Watching Yuan Cultivate. I plan on exploring the lower heavens some more with my friends before I challenge the stairway to heaven, said Yuan after Long Yijuan asked for his plans. The stairway to heaven, huh? Well, there's no doubt that you would be able to overcome this challenge that over 99% can't surpass. Long Yijuan nodded. And he continued, When do you plan on leaving? I would like to say goodbye to a few people before I leave, but I should leave within the next few days, Yuan said. I understand. Long Yijuan said. If you need anything from us, just let us know. Although you may be leaving, your contribution to the sect is worth more than what every single disciple has contributed in the last 100 years combined. Yuan nodded, and he left with Meixiu shortly after. Once Yuan left the scene, Long Yijuan sat down and sighed, the Dragon Essence Temple won't feel the same without him, even though he only recently joined the sect. At least he's not leaving our sect to join another sect, as that would be devastating. Elder Shan said. I'm honestly surprised that he lasted this long, especially with how the others have treated him. If I was him, I would have probably left a long time ago. Elder Xian said. Are we going to tell the disciples? Elder Shan suddenly asked. After all, if someone like Yuan suddenly disappeared from the sect, the disciples would question it, as Yuan was someone who had obtained the Obsidian Dragon Medallion. There's no need for them to know, as that would undoubtedly reach the ears of our competitions. If they know Yuan is gone, who knows what they'll do? Long Yijuan said. But they will find out eventually. Elder Xian said. Someone as famous as Disciple Yuan, even if nobody knows his real identity or face, they will sooner or later realize that he's missing from the sect. What are we going to do then? Elder Shan asked. I am well aware that we cannot keep this a secret forever. However, the longer we keep this a secret, the more time we have to prepare for whatever comes at us. That makes sense. Elder Shan agreed. Let the other high-ranking sect elders know of Disciple Yuan's departure. The disciples may not need to know, but it's better if the others in the circle knew about it. Okay. Meanwhile, after Yuan left the sect master's headquarters, he returned to his own living quarters, but he didn't go inside. Instead, he went to knock on Disciple Mint's door. Disciple Yuan? You've finished already? Minli was pleasantly surprised to see him so quickly, as she was prepared to wait at least a few weeks before speaking with him again. Yuan nodded and said, I am also here to announce that I will be leaving the Dragon Essence Temple soon, probably within the next few days. I see. Minli wasn't surprised when she heard that he was leaving, as had already shared this with her before he entered the Dragon Temple. What should I do now? Do you want me to leave the sect as well? Minli asked him. No, you don't need to do that. Yuan shook his head and said, you can stay in the Dragon Essence Temple and continue to train yourself. Once it's time for me to challenge the stairway to heaven, I will return to take you with me. You promise? Minli said with a slightly worried frown on her face, as she was worried that Yuan might forget about her or even worse, abandon her, and her lives basically in his hands now due to her situation. I promise, Yuan said in a sincere voice. Okay, I will trust you. Minli nodded. Sometime later, Yuan logged off the game with Meixiu. After dinner, Yuan began cultivating for the night. Yuan, I am curious. What does cultivating in the real world look like? Do you think I can watch you cultivate a little tonight? Meixiu suddenly asked him. Okay. I don't mind. Yuan said. Now that they know about his cultivation in the real world, there was no reason for him to keep hiding it. Thus, Meixiu went to Yuan's room and waited for him to cultivate. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began circulating his dantian and absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. This is cultivation? Meixiu was speechless when a small gust of wind suddenly picked up in the room despite the closed windows, and the wind appeared to be gathering around the bed Yuan was sleeping on. Furthermore, there appeared to be a subtle glow around Yuan's body that would grow brighter as he continued to cultivate longer. Sometime later, once she had seen enough, Meixiu returned to her own room to sleep, yet she couldn't stop thinking about Yuan cultivating, as it was so mythical. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan and Meixiu entered cultivation online together. I'm going to say goodbye to Disciple Xian and Disciple Fei today, Yuan said to Minli when he saw her looking at him from the window. Minli nodded and didn't say anything else. Yuan decided to go see Fei Yuyan first, and on his way to Fei Yuyan's living quarters, every disciple in the sect would either greet him from afar or approach him and greet him. Good morning, Senior Apprentice Brother Yuan. Good morning, Senior Disciple Yuan. By now, every single disciple in the sect knew about the unrivaled genius known as Disciple Yuan and his unique appearance, as Yuan would always wear a mask wherever he went. In fact, besides a few people, nobody knew what Yuan looked like behind his mask. Although they were certainly curious, nobody actually dared to ask him to remove his mask, as they feared that it might offend him. Once he reached the border separating the outer court and the inner court, the sect elder guarding the entrance allowed Yuan to enter the inner court without any problems, and Yuan continued to make his way to Fei Yuan's living quarters. Chapter 423 I Can Take You With Me. Knock knock. Yuan knocked on Fei Yuan's door after arriving at her doorsteps. A few moments later, Fei Yuan opened the door slightly, just enough for Yuan to see one of her eyes through the thin crack. Disciple Yuan? Once Fei Yuan noticed who it was, she opened the door wider, and Yuan could see her wearing a towel, looking like she'd just gotten out of the bath, her hair still wet. If it was anyone else, Fei Yuan wouldn't have revealed such an enticing sight, but since it was Yuan, she wanted to act a little bold. I can wait until you're prepared. Yuan said. It's okay. Come inside. Fei Yuan said with a slightly rosy face. It was at this moment Fei Yuan noticed Meixiu following behind him. Who is she? Fei Yuan asked, as this was their first meeting. This is my friend, Meixiu. Yuan gave a quick introduction. I see. Fei Yuan nodded. What a beauty. I wonder if they're anything more than just friends. Fei Yuan wondered inwardly. Once they were inside, Yuan sat on the couch whilst Fei Yuan sat on the opposite side. Of course, she was still in nothing but her towel, and her bare slender legs were in full view. Meixiu was speechless. Either female disciples in the cultivation world are usually this bold, or this Fei Yuan is very special. Have you been practicing the divine grade zither technique? Yuan asked her once he sat down. Fei Yuan nodded. Yes, I have been practicing it every day since I obtained it. Oh, right. I never got to thank you for giving me the technique. Thank you, disciple Yuan. You don't have to thank me. On the other hand, I'm sorry I wasn't able to hand it to you personally. I tried looking for you, but you were in closed cultivation according to Elder Shan. Anyways, let's get to the main reason I'm here today. I'm here to say goodbye. Fei Yuan's face immediately froze after hearing his words. At first, she was puzzled, then she was shocked. Gee, goodbye? Are you going somewhere? Fei Yuan asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan nodded and said, I am going to leave the Dragon Essence Temple soon. What? That's too sudden. Fei Yuan suddenly stood up from her seat, and because of how fast she stood up, the towel covering her body came loose and dropped onto the ground before she could even react. Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at Fei Yuan's seemingly peerless naked body that was directly in front of his face. Ahem. Meixiu suddenly lifted her arm and blocked Yuan's view. Ah. It was at this moment Fei Yuan finally realized that she was naked and reacted, and she quickly went to pick up the towel to cover herself again, but it was already too late, as Yuan had seen everything. I am sorry. I will be right back. Fei Yuan then rushed to her room to wear her clothes. A few minutes later, Fei Yuan returned to the living room, but her face was still as red as a tomato. Are you okay? Yuan asked her in a perfectly calm manner. Why yeah. I'm sorry you had to see such a sight. Fei Yuan responded in a mosquito-like voice. Anyways, you're going to leave the sect soon, right? Can I ask why? She quickly changed the subject. Yuan nodded and said, I don't really have a particular reason. It's just that I think I have enough experience. Experience? Yes. I joined the Dragon Essence Temple for experience since I wanted to know what it was like to be a disciple. I never intended to stay very long, either. Can I ask what you're going to do afterward? I am going to explore the lower heaven some more with my friends before I ascend through the stairway to heaven. Stairway to heaven. You're really different from the rest of us. I cannot even imagine challenging it, yet you're already going to challenge it soon. Fei Yuan sighed. She then looked up at the ceiling and sighed, Spirit heaven, huh? To be completely honest, I also want to ascend, but with my talents, I know it's not going to happen. If you want, I can take you with me. Yuan suddenly suggested. What? Fei Yuyan looked at him with wide eyes. I will be bringing Disciple Min with me when I challenge the stairway to heaven, and it won't make much of a difference if I take you with me as well. I think. Yuan said. I don't know what to say, really. Fei Yuyan mumbled in a dazed voice. You don't have to make a decision now. I will ask you again when I return to pick up Disciple Min, Yuan said. Okay. Fei Yuyan nodded with a serious look on her face. Sometime later, after speaking some more with Fei Yuyan, Yuan left her place and headed to Xian Wuhan's living quarters. He saw me naked. What a blunder. Fei Yuyan laid on the couch in a dazed manner for many minutes even after Yuan left her place. After leaving Fei Yuyan's place, Yuan realized that he's never been to Xian Wuhan's living quarters. Thus, he contacted Elder Xian to ask for directions. Thank you, Senior Xian. Once he knew where to go, Yuan went directly to Xian Wuhan's living quarters. However, on his way to Xian Wuhan's place, Yuan stopped his tracks when an unfamiliar face suddenly walked in front of him and blocked his path. Your disciple Yuan, right? This handsome young man asked him. Yes, but who are you? Yuan asked. Name's Gu Tan from one of the 7 legacy families, the Gu family, and I am here to recruit you to the Gu family. This young man introduced himself. And because of his impression of the Min family, Yuan immediately frowned after hearing that he was from one of the 7 legacy families. Sorry, but I am going to have to refuse. Yuan immediately rejected the Gu family's invitation, leaving Gu Tan speechless. Chapter 424 A Small Favor. W8. Let's not be so hasty. You haven't even given me a chance to explain the benefits. Gu Tan immediately began panicking, as he didn't expect to be rejected so quickly. I don't need to hear the benefits because I won't join the Gu family no matter what you offer me. Sorry. Yuan rejected him once again, this time being more stern, even a little brutal. Gu Tan began sweating profusely after hearing this, and he asked, "See, can I at least ask why you're refusing us? Did you already join another family?" No. I just don't want to join any families, especially the 7 legacy families. Yuan answered. Gu Tan wondered if one of the 7 legacy families had offended him. It seems like something has happened between one of the 7 legacy families and you, but I can promise you that our Gu family is different. Gu Tan tried a different approach. However, Yuan still shook his head and said, "Don't bother. I won't join." And without waiting for Gu Tan to respond, Yuan walked around him and continued his journey to Xian Wuhan's living quarters. Of course, Gu Tan wasn't willing to give up so easily, as his parents had assigned him to recruit Yuan with his head on the line. Thus, he proceeded to follow Yuan and continue to try and recruit him. What do you desire, Disciple Yuan? Do you want wealth? Fame? Power? The Gu family will do everything in their power to fulfill your dreams. If needed, we'll even get the Gu family from the spirit heaven to help. I desire for you to leave me alone now. If you cannot do even such a simple thing, what makes you think you can help me with the other stuff? Yuan said to him. Gu Tan was speechless, and he immediately stopped following Yuan after hearing his response. Looks like I will have to give up for now and ask him again later. Maybe he's just in a bad mood. Gu Tan tried to soothe himself. About 10 minutes after Gu Tan left Yuan alone, another individual blocked his path. This time, it was a pretty young lady around Min Li's age. Hello, are you Disciple Yuan? The young lady greeted him with a beautiful smile on her face. I am. How can I help you? I'm Shuai-san, and I was wondering if you have some time to spare so we can talk. This young lady spoke with an enchanting expression on her face. What do you want to talk about? I'm busy right now, so I'll have to do it later. Are you sure you can't delay it for me? It won't take long. Or it can take as long as you want it to. This young lady then slightly lowered her body whilst spreading the clothes around her neck, revealing 2 large peaks without showing everything. Meixiu frowned when she saw this, and she quickly grabbed Yuan's arm before pulling him away. "Let's go, Yuan. This girl is a dangerous one," she said to him. When Shuisin saw this, she quickly chased after them and said, "Wait. I'm not someone suspicious. I'm from the Shui family, one of the 7 legacy families." Shuisin hoped that her background would change the situation, but to her surprise, it only made the situation worse. "Sorry, but if you're here to recruit me to the Shui family, I will have to decline. I have already refused to join the Gu family a few minutes ago. My decision won't change now even if you're from a different family." Yuan stopped for a moment to reject her before walking again. The young lady was speechless, and she stood there like a statue with a dazed expression on her face. Sometime later, Yuan finally arrived at Xianxu's living quarters. Knock knock. Yuan patiently waited for Xianxu to appear after knocking on the doors. A few moments later, the door opened. "Hello, Yuan." Xianxu greeted him, yet something felt off about it. It was like she had been expecting him. And just as had suspected, Xianxu said, "I have been expecting you. You're here to say goodbye, right?" Yuan nodded in a slightly dazed manner. "My grandfather told me about it yesterday," she continued, explaining to him how she found out. "Oh, I see. Although you may be leaving soon, I am still glad that you decided to join. Your contribution to the sect has far exceeded my expectations." "Thank you, Yuan," Xianxu said with a beautiful smile on her face. "I should be thanking you. It was because of your suggestion that I decided to join. If not for you, I would have probably never entered the Dragon Essence Temple or experienced all of the things I had experienced while in the sect. Therefore, thank you. If you need anything, just let me know. If you want to thank me, I have an idea." Xianxu suddenly chuckled. "What is it?" "Before I respond, can I ask you a question?" Yuan nodded. Xianxu then turned to look at Meixiu, who was standing behind him. "Is she your girlfriend?" she asked, taking Meixiu by surprise. "And no. I am not." Meixiu quickly responded. "I see, then I guess it's fine." Xianxu mumbled in a low voice before turning to look at Yuan. "Can you do me a small favor by closing your eyes for a moment?" Yuan nodded and closed his eyes without any questions. The next moment, Xianxu took a step forward with her hands reaching for Yuan's mask. Once Xianxu got a hold of the mask, she removed it slightly before approaching his revealed face with her lips, kissing him on the cheeks a second later. Yuan opened his eyes when he suddenly felt a soft sensation pressing against the left side of his cheeks, but by the time his eyes opened, Xianxu had already removed her lips and stepped back with a rosy complexion on her face. "Goodbye, Yuan. This is the best I can do for now, but if you come back later, I might be prepared to do a little more by then," Xianxu said with an embarrassed yet bright smile on her face before running back inside the building and slamming the door shut, leaving Yuan and Meixiu speechless. Chapter 425 Core Disciple. After Xianxu kissed him on the cheeks and went back inside her house, Yuan touched the spot she kissed with a dazed look on his face, the sensation of her soft lips still lingering on his cheeks. "What was that about?" he mumbled in a low voice. "The girls in the cultivation world. They are truly bold." Meixiu sighed inwardly. If she had such boldness, what would her situation be like right now? After standing in front of Xianxu's living quarters for a couple of moments, Yuan and Meixiu left the scene. "Are you sure about this decision?" Inside Xianxu's living quarters, Elder Xian sat on the couch with a cup of tea in his hands. A bittersweet smile appeared on Xianxu's face, and she said, "I am satisfied with just that. I know my limits. He and I, we live in 2 separate worlds. There's no way I am worthy to follow him. You're thinking too much. It's not about your worth, but whether he'll accept you or not, and if you don't ask him, How will he know, much less accept you? I think I was pretty obvious with my actions just now. Wuhan said in a dumbfounded voice. Huh. You underestimate him, Wuhan. Yuan. He's a special fellow who's also quite naive and innocent. He probably won't understand the meaning behind your actions unless you tell him straight. Wuhan sighed. It is what is it? I have already said my goodbyes. Even I don't have the guts to approach him after what happened just now. I will need at least a few months to recover. Do whatever you want, I guess. Elder Xian said to her, and after finishing his tea, he left her place. Meanwhile, Yuan went to find Elder Shan at the Blossom Peak. Once they arrived, Yuan noticed Elder Shan giving lectures to her disciple right outside her living quarters just like his last visit. I'm sorry to disturb your lecture again, Senior Shan. Yuan approached them. That is, this time, Elder Shan's disciples looked at Yuan in a different light, almost like they were filled with admiration. Disciple Yuan? Do you need anything from me? And you don't have to worry about disturbing us. I'm not really lecturing them, she said to him. Yuan then said, I know you already know this, but I want to say goodbye formally. Thank you for everything, Elder Shan. Yuan lowered his head a little to pay his respects. Why are you thanking me? I barely taught you anything. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. Elder Shan was taken aback. That's not true, Senior Shan. I have learned a lot from you, and it's always a pleasant feeling with you around. Elder Shan couldn't help but smile after hearing Yuan's words, and she spoke in an enchanting voice. Are you trying to court me before you leave? It's working pretty well. But alas, if only I was a little younger. Yuan was puzzled by her words. What did she mean by courting her? Good luck out there, Yuan, and most importantly, stay safe. Elder Shan said to him. Yuan nodded. I will. Before you go. Elder Shan suddenly stepped forward with her arms spread. The next second, she embraced Yuan tightly. After a few moments of physical contact, Elder Shan released him and stepped back. I hope to see you at least one more time before you leave for the spirit heaven, she said. I will definitely return before I leave, Yuan said. It's a promise. Sometime later, Yuan left the Blossom Peak with Meixiu. Master, what was that about? Why did he make it seem like he'll be leaving the sect? One of her disciples asked. Because he is leaving the sect. Elder Shan said. And she quickly followed up with, keep this a secret, though. If I hear that you've opened your mouth about this matter to others, I will disown you as my disciple. I understand, Master. I won't tell a single soul. They all swore with nervous looks on their faces. Elder Shan then turned to look at Yuan's disappearing figure in the distance. If only I had met you earlier, she sighed inwardly. After leaving the Blossom Peak, Yuan went to look for Elder Xian. Here to say goodbye? Elder Xian greeted him with a smile at the door. Yes. I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. Yuan said to him. Ha ha ha. I've only brought you to places, and it was my job. You don't have to thank me. Yuan and Elder Xian proceeded to spend a few minutes chatting with each other. I would give you a farewell gift, but I really don't know what to give you, as anything I give you would become obsolete or worthless very quickly knowing your insane talents and progress, especially once you go to the spirit heavens. You don't need to give me anything. I have already received enough from you and everyone else in this sect. Okay. Then good luck out there and achieve great things. I'm sure I will still hear your name even after you leave. Elder Xian said. Sometime later, Yuan went to visit the other high-ranking sect elders despite spending very little time with them. In the end, Yuan returned to the sect master's headquarters. Enter. Long Yijin's voice resounded after Yuan knocked on the door. Sect master, I'm here to say my goodbyes and to hand in my disciple uniform. Yuan said as he held his inner court uniform in his hands. Long Yijun looked at the uniform for a moment before speaking with a smile on his face, keep it. Normally, a disciple would have to hand in their uniform once they leave the sect, but I want you to keep it. In fact, I have even prepared the core disciple's uniform for you, as I will be promoting you to core disciple as of this moment. Yuan said as he retrieved a set of uniforms meant for core disciples and placed it on the table before him. This is... Yuan was at loss for words. Chapter 426 Leaving the Dragon Essence Temple. I wish you the best of luck outside in the real cultivation world, Disciple Yuan. Even though you probably won't need it. Yuan said to him with a smile. Thank you, Sect Master. Yuan accepted the core disciple's uniform before storing it inside the dragon spatial ring alongside his inner court disciple's uniform. Sometime later, Yuan left the place and proceeded to make his way towards the gates of the sect. Although he could simply fly away, he wanted to leave this place properly. The moment Yuan left the Dragon Essence Temple, Xiaohua appeared from her necklace, and she said, now that Brother Yuan is finally finished with this place, Xiaohua can stop hiding as well. How was your experience, Brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him. After all, the only reason she hid inside the necklace this entire time was to give Yuan some independence whilst he experienced the life of a disciple in a sect. It was great. I have learned a lot of things about cultivators and the cultivation world in general. Though, I could have probably remained a disciple there for a little longer. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, once Brother Yuan reached the top of the ranks in the sect, there is no longer any point for you to stay there. It's just how sects work in general. Yuan looked at her and asked, Xiaohua, have you been in a sect before? After a moment of silence, she nodded. What was it like over there? How is it compared to the Dragon Essence Temple? Compared to the Dragon Essence Temple? A slight smile appeared on her face as she said, the Dragon Essence Temple is like a playground for children in comparison. What do you mean by that? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, as there could be many meanings behind her words. The Dragon Essence Temple is a lawful and a peaceful place. Although there are some troublemakers, it's not unreasonable or cruel. However, the sect Xiaohua has experienced before is the complete opposite, and there is only one rule: the strong is always right. Yuan was speechless. Just what kind of sect is she talking about? And how come she had to go to such a place at such a young age? Yuan wanted to ask her about her background, but he didn't want to intrude on her privacy. Furthermore, had already said that he would patiently wait until she willingly told him herself. What are we going to do now, young master? Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded as she appeared in front of him. We're going to find Meixiu a cultivation technique now. Where are we going to look for a cultivation technique? It's not easy finding a good cultivation technique, and the ones you can find easily are generally low-rank cultivation techniques that aren't much better than the basic qi gathering technique. Feng Yuxiang said. Maybe we can look around auction houses to see if we can find one there. Actually, I know where we can go. Where? The Myriad of Techniques. It's also where I obtained the Demon's Sealing Strike and Yu-Rouse technique. I think we'll be able to find a good cultivation technique for Meixiu if we go there. The Myriad of Techniques, huh? I have always heard good things about them even in the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. Wait a second. They exist in the upper heaven as well? Yuan said in a surprised voice. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, the Myriad of Techniques is a special shop that exists in many cities across the 9 heavens, and rumor has it they're all owned by a single person. However, nobody really knows the identity of that person, as they have never seen him or her before. I see. Sometime later, Yuan said, then let's go to Spring City, where the store is. Spring City? Why do we have to go to Spring City? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Because that's where the Myriad of Techniques is? But there's one even closer. It's in Longchen City. Oh, really? I didn't know that, nor did we see it when we went there last time. Yuan said. Then let's go to Longchen City. Thus, Yuan proceeded to soar in the sky with the others whilst Feng Yuxiang carried Meixiu. Xiaohua, I have always wanted to fly beside you without needing the flying sword ever since we flew together. I didn't think I'd get the chance to do so this quickly. Yuan said to her as they flew towards Longchen City. Xiaohua didn't expect brother Yuan to grow so fast either, she nodded. Yuan suddenly retrieved his flying sword and began flying on it instead. I think I still like flying on a sword better. It has a different feeling to it that flying normally doesn't. Yuan said. Once they arrived at Longchen City a few minutes later, they entered the city and began looking for the store. After asking around, they found the Myriad of Techniques somewhat hidden in a narrow path in the middle of the city. Myriad of Techniques. Xiaohua looked at the storefront with a slight frown on her face, as she could still remember their last visit to this place and that powerful girl who greeted them at the door. A few moments later, Yuan opened the door and entered the store. Welcome to Myriad of Techniques, a beautiful girl with a familiar face greeted them but stopped halfway through her sentence. You're that little spirit king from the last time. The beautiful girl looked at Xiaohua with a pleasantly surprised look on her face. You're Zhu Yueying? What are you doing here? Yuan was surprised to see the same girl who greeted them in Spring City in this store as well. Did she change locations? What a coincidence. Huh. That voice. You're the one who broke the divine crystal of heavenly fortune last time. Zhu Yueying didn't immediately recognize Yuan because of the mask covering his face, and his cultivation base and aura were vastly different. However, she recognized his voice. Chapter 427 Myriad of Techniques. Zhu Yueying was surprised to see Yuan again, but most importantly, she was shocked to see that he had somehow managed to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time when he was still in the lower heavens. It has only been a few weeks since their last visit, and he was only at the Spirit Warrior at that time. To think he achieved Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time, not even her friends would believe her if she told them about Yuan. Why you? How did your cultivation rise so quickly? Zhu Yueying couldn't help but ask him. It just happened. Yuan shrugged. It just happened, you say? Zhu Yueying raised her eyebrows. Nobody just happens to increase their cultivation by 2 whole realms in such a short time unless they have experienced and survived many life or death situations. Zhu Yueying cannot imagine how many trials Yuan had to pass in order to receive such a boost. He properly had to crawl through burning ground and survive countless near-death situations. Zhu Yueying sighed inwardly in an admiring manner, completely oblivious of the truth. By the way, did you decide to change locations? What happened at the store in Spring City? Yuan asked her. Zhu Yueying chuckled and said, I didn't change locations, silly. Every single myriad of techniques in the 9 heavens are connected to each other through a single powerful formation, so no matter which store you go to, you will always end up in the same place. However, there is more to it. It's a little complicated, but I will try my best to explain it to you. She cleared her throat and said, depending on which of the 9 heavens you come from, you will be teleported to a certain part of the myriad of techniques. There are only 3 floors in the store right now, but there are actually more floors, 9 to be exact. If you come from the lower heavens, you can only access the first 3 floors. In order to access the higher floors, you must enter the store from the upper heavens, so if you enter from the spirit heaven, you will be able to access the 4th floor of the store. So you're technically not in the lower heavens right now but in some other dimension, which is why I can talk to people in the lower heavens, as I am not really in the lower heaven right now. I see. Although it's a little complicated, I think I understand the system. Yuan mumbled with a pondering look on his face. Anyways, if you have already had your destiny examined, you don't need to do it again. Zhu Yueying showed them the divine crystal of heavenly fortune and continued to speak, and I don't want you breaking it again. This crystal ball isn't cheap, after all. A guilty smile appeared on Yuan's face when he recalled that incident. Zhu Yueying proceeded to explain things to Meixiu and the others. A few moments later, Meixiu and Feng Yuxiang placed their hands on the divine crystal of heavenly fortune, and to Zhu Yueying's surprise, they both had a heavenly destiny. You too. Zhu Yueying suddenly said as she glanced at Yuan's wrist after Meixiu and Feng Yuxiang's turn, obviously talking to Lan Yingying. Lan Yingying transformed into her human form and asked, "Do I have to do it even though I won't be buying anything?" Zhu Yueying nodded, "Everyone that wants to enter must do it." Okay. Lan Yingying nodded and placed her hand on the crystal ball. Another heavenly destiny? I have never seen so many people with a heavenly destiny together before, she mumbled in a dazed voice. It was almost like everyone in that group had a heavenly destiny. Does this have something to do with him? Zhu Yueying looked at Yuan for a moment. A few moments later, Zhu Yueying asked them, "So what are you guys here for today? Who's the one trying to buy a new technique? And what kind? Perhaps I can help you out. We're looking for a cultivation technique for her." Yuan pointed at Meixiu. I see. Do you have any special physique or bloodline? They can greatly affect your cultivation speed depending on the cultivation technique you choose. Zhu Yueying asked her. Meixiu nodded and said, "I have the spirit-severing physique." A spirit-severing physique? What a rare one. No wonder why you have a heavenly destiny. Zhu Yueying mumbled in a shocked voice. And you're too nonchalant about it. There are many people who covet your talents. If I were you, I wouldn't reveal your physique so easily to just anyone. I understand. Thank you for the advice. Meixiu nodded. Anyways, I know the perfect technique for you, but unfortunately, it's on the 4th floor. You know what? Give me a few minutes. Zhu Yueying then lifted her head and said, "Master, are you busy?" A few moments later, a voice resounded in her head, "I'm currently speaking with the sect master of the 9 Gods Hall and a few other individuals. Unless this is an emergency, save it for later." Well. That young man who broke the divine crystal of heavenly fortune has returned. I remember you told me to contact you if he ever returns. What? That youngster is back? Really? Senior Bai said in a surprised voice. What does he want this time? He then asked. He's here to pick a cultivation technique for his friend who has the spirit-severing physique. The spirit-severing physique? There should be the perfect technique for that on the 4th floor. I know, but that's the problem. He cannot access the 4th floor yet since he's still in the lower heavens, and I was wondering if I can go to the 4th floor to get the technique for him. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai spoke, "Go ahead. Do my friend a favor and get that technique for him." Friend? Zhu Yueying was shocked when Senior Bai addressed Yuan as his friend. Thank you, Master. I will let him know, she said afterward. Chapter 428 Is There Something on Me? After receiving permission, Zhu Yueying turned to look at Yuan and said with a smile on her face, "Master just gave me the permission to go to the 4th floor to get the cultivation technique, so if you don't mind, give me a couple of minutes to get it for you since you cannot go there." Yuan nodded, "Thank you very much. Your master is Senior Bai, right? Please thank him for me as well." "I will. You can wait for me in the guest area over there." Zhu Yueying pointed in a certain direction before leaving the scene. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhu Yueying returned a few moments later and said, "Yuan, my master said he'd like to speak with you again if you don't mind." "I don't mind." Yuan nodded. "Great. Do you still remember the way to the 3rd floor? I cannot go with you since I will be going a different way this time." "I remember." "All right. My master is currently busy, but he will finish things up as soon as possible before coming to you. You can wait for him at the door in the meantime." After saying that, Zhu Yueying left for good this time. "I will be right back," Yuan said to the ladies before going to the 3rd floor whilst the others went to the guest area to sit around. Once he reached the staircase to the 3rd floor, the guards there turned to look at him. "Only authorized individuals may go up," one of them said to him. Since they were not the same guard as previously and they weren't told by Zhu Yueying about Yuan, they had no idea that Yuan was authorized by Senior Bai to go upstairs. Senior Bai said he'd like to speak with me, Yuan said to them. What? Master Bai? The two guards exchanged glances, both filled with shock. They have worked here for hundreds of years, yet this is the first time someone was given permission to speak with Senior Bai. Do you have any proof? One of them asked a moment later. I don't think so. Yuan shook his head. As much as I want to let you go up, I don't want to risk it. What if you're lying to me? Our job, no, our lives are on the line here. The guard then said. Yuan was also wearing a mask, which made the guards naturally wary of him. How problematic. Yuan mumbled. Without Zhu Yueying, he didn't know how to speak with Senior Bai. Guess I will just have to wait here until Senior Bai realizes that I am not showing up and let him speak with you too, Yuan said to the guards, and he began standing there. The two guards began sweating. If what Yuan had told them was true and they made Senior Bai wait, that would be as bad as listening to Yuan if he lied. Shit. What should we do? Should we play it safe and make him wait or let him go? One of the guards whispered to the other. Why the heck are you asking me? You're the senior one. You decide. Don't pull that bullshit on me. I was here only 3 days earlier than you. While the two guards pondered whether they should let Yuan go or wait, Zhu Yueying arrived at the 4th floor. However, she was blocked by the person managing the entrance. What are you doing on my floor, disciple Zhu? A pretty young girl with sharp facial features stood before her with a cold expression on her face. Why do you care, Fissure? It's none of your business. Zhu Yueying coldly snorted. Because this is my floor, and as the boss, I am entitled to know your business here, she responded. Is that right? Zhu Yueying remained calm. That's right. I am here under Master's direction. I think that's the most you need to know. What? Master? Fissure immediately frowned. I swear. If you're using the Master as an excuse, if you're doubting me, you can go ahead and ask the Master himself. Anyways, I am going to do my job. Zhu Yueying said before she walked around Fissure. As if I can do that. You know he doesn't like being bothered by insignificant matters. Fissure said as she followed Zhu Yueying to see what she was up to. After walking for a few minutes, Zhu Yueying stopped before a certain shelf that was filled with techniques. Let's see. Here it is. Zhu Yueying reached for the technique when she found it. You. What are you doing with that technique? Why would the Master need that technique? Something's not right here. Fissure said with a frown on her face. Zhu Yueying shrugged her shoulders and said, I never said this was for the Master. I am only doing something for the Master. I don't believe you. I am going to see what you're up to, and if you're up to no good, I am going to complain to the Master. Do whatever you want. Zhu Yueying shrugged again, and she began making her way back to the 1st floor but with an additional person. Meanwhile, back at the 1st floor, while Meixiu and the others waited for Yuan, Meixiu would stare at Lan Yingying's silently, or more specifically, Lan Yingying's stomach, almost like she wanted to say something. Lan Yingying noticed this and asked her, Is there something on me? No. I was just wondering about something. Meixiu subconsciously responded, and she continued, You're pregnant with Yuan's baby, right? How does it feel? Pregnancy. Excuse me? Pregnant? Who's pregnant? And whose baby? Feng Yuxiang suddenly turned to look at them with her eyes as wide as saucers. Even Xiao Hua was staring at them with wide eyes, almost like she was in disbelief. Lan Yingying looked at Feng Yuxiang and explained, I asked the Lord to impregnate me, and he agreed. Then she returned to Meixiu and continued as though it was normal, although I have accepted his blood, I am not actually pregnant yet so I don't feel any different from usual. Feng Yuxiang's jaw dropped to the ground after hearing Lan Yingying's words, and then she recalled Meixiu's sudden and confusing question about how divine beasts make babies when Yuan was still in the mystic realm. Everything makes sense now. She cried inwardly, feeling a huge headache coming. Chapter 429 Visiting Senior Bai again. Why you asked for the young master's blood? Really? Despite all of the evidence, Feng Yuxiang still doubted the situation and wanted to be absolutely sure that it was not a misunderstanding. Lan Yingying nodded in a calm manner and said, yes. I should give birth in 1,000 years. Good heavens. A divine beast getting impregnated by a human. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. Is that wrong? Lan Yingying couldn't help but ask, as she wasn't aware of how things worked outside the mystic realm, and Feng Yuxiang was the first divine beast she had met besides her own family. I wouldn't say it's wrong since it's not a taboo or anything, but it's definitely frowned upon by most divine beasts, as they see humans as inferior beings. To be completely honest with you, I also used to look down on humans, but I learned my lesson after meeting the human who cursed my bloodline with the snap of his fingers. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Cursed. Lan Yingying tilted her head since this is her first time hearing about her situation. It's a long story, but I made some mistakes when I was young, and my bloodline got cursed as a result, forcing me to hide in the lower heavens since I cannot increase my cultivation above Spirit Grandmaster. Feng Yuxiang gave a brief explanation. Anyways, we can talk about my situation later. Most divine beasts loathe humans, so it would be for the best if you kept that a secret. What made you decide to do that with Brother Yuan? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Lan Yingying then explained her situation to them, everything about the demons, and how she had to continue the legacy. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang mumbled, since the young master agreed to impregnate you, there's a good chance that he might agree to impregnate me if I asked. Feng Yuxiang suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at her when she said those words, causing her to turn to look at Xiaohua, who was glaring at her with dangerous-looking eyes. I was joking. It was only a joke. You don't have to look at me like that. Feng Yuxiang quickly said with a stiff smile. I never even thought about having children, and I am still too young to think about those things. By the way, how old are you? Feng Yuxiang then asked Lan Yingying. 26 years old, she answered. Feng Yuxiang jumped out of her seat after hearing this, and she exclaimed, what? Only 26 years old. You're practically a baby as a divine beast. And you already have a baby coming? Heavens. You're moving too fast. Oh really? Lan Yingying was also surprised by Feng Yuxiang's reaction. Take me for example. I am in my 6 digits and I don't even dare think about having a child. Feng Yuxiang said. What? You're at least 100,000 years old? Meixiu was surprised to hear this. Feng Yuxiang nodded, 123,200 years to be exact, and I would be considered as a youth in the eyes of the older divine beasts that have lived for millions upon millions of years. If you make it sound like that, 26 years is really nothing. Meixiu mumbled. It was at this moment Zhu Yueying returned with the technique in her hands as well as the manager from the 4th floor. Sorry, it took a while. Zhu Yueying then handed the technique to Meixiu in a casual manner. Here you go. Thank you. Meixiu accepted the technique. Wait. What the hell is going on here? Fissure said with a frown on her face. And she continued, you came all the way to the 4th floor to grab a technique for someone in the lower heavens? Are you crazy? There's no way the master authorized this. Oh yeah? Wanna make a bet? If you win, I will do whatever you say for the rest of the week. However, if you lose, you will have to listen to me for the rest of the week. Zhu Yueying glared at her with a serious expression. Che. This is why I hate you. Fissure turned around and quickly stomped away. There was no way she'd risk it, and she'd rather die than be Zhu Yueying's dog for an entire week. I hope the master finds out about this and punishes you. Once Fissure left, Meixiu asked, is everything okay? Don't worry about it, we're always like this. Anyways, take a look at the technique. It's a divine grade technique specifically for your physique. I hope you like it. Meixiu looked at the scroll on her grasp and said, divine grade? This is a very expensive item, right? I don't have enough money for it. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about the money. It's for free. That was my master's wish as well. Feng Yuxiang and the others were surprised to hear this. Just who is the master of the myriad of techniques? He must be ridiculously generous or loaded to give away a divine grade technique for free even if he's in the upper heavens. I see. Thank you. Again. Meixiu said. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the guards finally came to a decision. Hey, you. You may go up. However, just so you know, if you're lying, death will be the least of your worries. The guard said to Yuan. Yuan nodded and proceeded to head upstairs. Once he reached the door, he opened it and walked into the portal without hesitation. After the falling sensation, Yuan appeared in the middle of the sky again. Of course, since he could fly, he wasn't worried at all that he might fall to his death. Yuan proceeded to fly around until he could see the flying platform from before. After landing, he started waiting for Senior Bai to make his appearance. What a beautiful place. I wonder if there's anything beyond these mountains. Yuan mumbled to himself as he took the time to watch the scenery, something he didn't get the chance to do the previous time he was here. A few minutes later, Yuan could see Senior Bai's figure approaching his location from a distance. However, he was not alone, and flying beside him was another individual, a beautiful woman who could only be described as a goddess. When Yuan saw this goddess, his eyes widened with surprise, as she was the same goddess he met during his character evaluation. Chapter 4:30 Factions. Many minutes before Senior Bai went to meet Yuan and shortly after had spoken with Zhu Yueying, Senior Bai was sitting around a large round table with 8 other individuals. What's the matter, Elder Bai? One of the individuals there asked him after noticing that head suddenly spaced out. A little something, he said before turning to look at the goddess sitting at the other side of the table and continuing to speak. I have been told that he has returned to the myriad of techniques. He? Everyone in the room raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Even the goddess looked confused, so Senior Bai explained, do you remember that talk I had with you not long ago? That ID met him at my store? The goddess immediately stood up from her seat when she realized what Senior Bai was talking about, and this startled the others, as they usually don't see her act in such a manner. When Senior Bai saw her reaction, he said with a smile, should we take a break from the meeting? We've been at it for a while now. Everybody there turned to look at the goddess. Let's take a break, she said. And she continued, Elder Bai, I would like to get a breath of fresh air. I know just the place. Senior Bai said with a smile on his face. He then retrieved some sort of device before tossing it on the floor, creating a portal that was shaped like a door. And without saying anything, the goddess began walking towards the portal, entering it a moment later. What is going on, Elder Bai? The other 7 individuals there asked him. However, he merely shook his head and said, I don't dare to say it. If you really want to know, ask her yourself. The people there exchanged looks with each other. Asked the goddess. As curious as they were, none of them wanted to unnecessarily stick their noses in her business, as they might make her angry, and nobody there wanted to see that. I will be back. Senior Bai then said to them before entering the portal as well. The portal closed after Senior Bai entered it. On the other side of the portal that led them to another dimension, the goddess had been waiting for Senior Bai. What took you so long? Let's go, she said to him in a seemingly impatient manner. Senior Bai smiled and said, is this what you look like when you're excited? I don't think I have seen you like this before. Senior Bai forcefully closed his mouth when he saw the dangerous look the goddess was giving him. Let's go, he said with a bittersweet smile before flying to the hovering platform a few minutes away from their location. Once they got close, they were able to see a masked figure standing on the platform and seemingly admiring the scenery, and he was emitting a profound aura that was similar to dragons. Spirit Grandmaster. Why am I not surprised? Senior Bai smiled when he saw the powerful aura around Yuan. However, the goddess behind him remained nonchalant and with a cold expression on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan was filled with surprise when he saw the goddess, as he didn't expect to see her in this place. I didn't expect to see you so soon after our last meeting, Yuan. Senior Bai said to him after they arrived in front of him. Hello, Senior Bai An. Yuan didn't know how to address the goddess and waited for her to speak. Su Jieqi, that is my name, she said. Yuan nodded and continued, it's nice to see you again, Miss Su. I didn't think I'd see you again until I reached the upper heavens. Miss Su. Senior Bai raised his eyebrow after hearing this, as he has never heard someone address her so casually. However, Su Jieqi didn't seem to mind and said, I also didn't expect to see you so soon. So you've only reached Spirit Grandmaster, huh? Su Jieqi wasn't surprised by his insane progress speed. In fact, she even sounded a little disappointed. Are you still in the lower heavens? She suddenly asked him. Yes. What have you been doing this entire time? If it was anyone else with that physique, they would have been a spirit king by now. Stop fooling around and come to the upper heavens already, you're wasting your talents, she continued. But there's no reason for me to rush things. I want to enjoy the cultivation world, and there are still things I must do in the lower heavens. Yuan said. Su Jieqi's eyebrows twitched after hearing Yuan's response. It's been a very long time since someone has dared to talk back to her. People would usually just follow her words and won't say anything back. However, she wasn't angry even in the slightest like she normally would. Miss Su, you seem to know a lot about my physique. Can you tell me more about it? Yuan suddenly asked her. After a moment of silence, she spoke. What do you want to know about it? Anything at all. But I am interested in its origins and what else I can do with this physique. I know that I can consume monster cores and demon cores, but that's about it. And does my physique have a limit? Su Jieqi narrowed her eyes at Yuan, and she spoke after a moment of silence. I don't mind telling you, but only if you promise to join my faction once you reach the upper heavens. Your faction? What's that? Is it anything like a sect? Yuan asked. Allow me to explain. Senior Bai said, and he continued, factions are similar to families, but you follow rules as though it's a sect, so it's something like a mixture of both. Also, there's no real obligation, so you can leave whenever you want. A mixture of families and sects? What is the purpose of a faction? Yuan then asked. Chapter 431 Celestial Overlords. Factions are essential in the upper heavens because without one, you will be vulnerable in a world where the majority of people have a faction. You may think immortals, even gods are invincible, but in the upper heavens where there are other immortals and gods, nobody is safe. Senior Bai explained to him. If you join a powerful faction, unless the other factions want to risk a war, they won't dare to touch you. Immortals, gods, even powerful sects, they all belong to a faction. Do you understand the importance of factions now? Senior Bai asked him. Yuan nodded, yes, I understand. Now that you understand what factions are, what is your answer? Su Jieqi asked him again. My faction, the Celestial Overlords, is one of the most powerful factions in the entire 9 heavens with many peak experts and legendary figures. As long as you promise to join us, I will tell you everything I know about the heaven refining physique. However, if you refuse, I won't tell you anything, as you could be a potential threat to us in the future. Friend of foe, you choose. The Celestial Overlords. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. He then turned to look at Senior Bai and asked him, are you also part of the Celestial Overlords? Senior Bai nodded with a smile on his face. If Senior Bai is part of this faction, it should be fine if I join as well since he's a good person. Furthermore, I get to learn more about my physique. After pondering for a few moments, Yuan nodded and said, okay, I will join the Celestial Overlords. A subtle smile appeared on Su Jieqi's face when she heard Yuan's words, but that smile quickly disappeared, and she said afterward, then starting from this point forth, you are a member of the Celestial Overlords. Su Jieqi suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, somewhere in the upper heavens, a large jade tablet began glowing before a complex symbol emerged from the jade tablet. This symbol disappeared shortly after it emerged from the jade tablet, appearing on Su Jieqi's palms the next second. Su Jieqi showed Yuan this golden symbol and said, this is proof that you're part of the Celestial Overlords. You will be starting at the bottom of the rank since you just joined. In order to raise your rank, you must contribute to the faction by doing good deeds and making a name for yourself. The ranks are as followed from the lowest to the highest: apprentice, warrior, captain, general, commander, overlord, and lastly, celestial overlord. The higher your rank in the faction, the more authority and benefits you obtain. There are also rules you must follow as a member of the faction. 1. You cannot tarnish or damage our faction's reputation. 2. You must listen to those above your rank as long as it's a lawful order. 3. You cannot seriously harm or kill a fellow member of the faction. And lastly, you cannot betray the faction and its members. Of course, there are exceptions, but ultimately, it will be the higher-ups who will determine whether you will be punished or not. If you have any problems, whether it's about another member or something else, you can make an official complaint and we will hear you out. If you wish to leave the faction, you must also speak with someone at least 3 ranks above you. Do you have any questions so far? Su Jieqi asked him afterward. Yuan shook his head. Then accept this symbol if you're ready and you'll officially become a member of the Celestial Overlords. Su Jieqi extended her arms, handing the symbol to Yuan. Yuan took a deep breath and reached for the golden symbol. The moment he touched the symbol, it entered his body and disappeared. Ding! You have unlocked factions. You have joined the faction, Celestial Overlords. Faction, Celestial Overlords, faction rank, apprentice, welcome to the faction, Yuan. Senior Bai said to him with a smile. Thank you, Senior Bai. If you want to reveal your rank and show proof that you're with the Celestial Overlords for anyone that may ask you in the future, you can do so by doing this. Senior Bai flipped his palms, and the symbol Overlord appeared on it. Yuan followed Senior Bai's movements and flipped his palm while imagining his faction rank showing up. The symbol Apprentice appeared on his palm a second later. If you have any problems with the faction or one of its members, you can contact me through the myriad of techniques. There are little to no problems that I cannot solve with my rank. Of course, if anything, there is a Celestial Overlord over here. Senior Bai pointed at Su Jieqi with his gaze. By the way, this is a privilege that not everyone gets, so don't abuse it. I want. Yuan nodded. Su Jieqi then said, now that you're part of the faction, let me tell you about the heaven refining physique, at least everything I know about it. After taking a deep breath, she said, the heaven refining physique is a heaven-defying physique that, as you already know, allows you to consume monster cores, demon cores, and resources that normal people would not even dare to think about. And as far as I am aware, there have only been 2 other individuals who had the heaven refining physique before you. Of course, only one person can have this physique at a time, so the other 2 are most likely dead. 2 people? Yuan was surprised to hear this, as he was only aware of one. Su Jieqi nodded and said, one of them was the founder of the Demon Sealing clan, and the other was the founder of the Celestial Overlords. What? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. The person who created the faction Celestial Overlords also had the heaven refining physique? No wonder why Su Jieqi wanted him to join her faction. It turns out that his physique has a history within the faction, and it was a pretty significant one. Chapter 432 Supreme Heaven's Legacy. After revealing that the founder of their faction also had the heaven refining physique, Su Jieqi continued to speak, as you can already guess by now, both of these people that used to have the heaven-refining physique had achieved great things in their life, so I am hoping you'd be the same. Yuan then asked, what about its limits? I have a few treasures with me that might help me reach Spirit King or above if I consumed them, but I was told that my body would not be able to handle it, as I'd be gaining too much spiritual energy at once. There is a limit. Su Jieqi said, and she continued, the heaven-refining physique merely allows you to consume things like monster cores and demon cores, but if you consume too much spiritual energy at once, your body will explode just like any other cultivator. It's just that your limit is higher than others, so don't overestimate yourself and consume only what you can endure. I see. Yuan mumbled, feeling relieved that had listened to Feng Yuxiang's advice and didn't consume the dragon ancestor's blood essence. Furthermore, once you reach Spirit King, your heaven-refining physique will no longer work. Wait, what? Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he heard this. I mean, it will still work, but it won't be as effective. This is because you haven't unlocked the full potential of the heaven-refining physique. Once you evolve it, you will be able to consume treasures above Spirit King. Heaven-refining physique's full potential? How do I evolve a physique? I didn't even know that was possible. Su Jieqi shook her head and said, I don't know. The founder never really gave any details, but he once said that he had to evolve his physique before he could further improve his cultivation past Spirit King. The heaven-refining physique is an extremely rare and unique physique. There is almost no information out there, but if it's anything like other physiques that can evolve, you'll have to temper your body with some sort of treasure. Temper my body. Okay, I will keep that in mind. I will try to look through some records to see if the founder had left some clues behind, but I cannot promise you anything. Senior Bai said. Thank you. Yuan nodded. If you go to the Demon Sealing clan, they might have some answers since their founder had the same physique, but it's going to be a challenge trying to approach them. Su Jieqi suddenly said. Though, since you have their founder's physique, maybe it'll be easier for you. Su Jieqi then asked, do you have any more questions? Is there anything else I can consume besides monster cores and demon cores? Yuan then asked. Su Jieqi pondered before speaking. The founder usually consumes monster cores and demon cores, but I have seen him consume spirit stones at times. Obviously, cultivators don't normally consume spirit stones. Spirit stones, huh? Sometime later, Su Jieqi asked him, by the way, do you still have my ancient spirit jade? I do, but I don't have it on me. Do you want it back? Yuan said to her. You don't have it on you? Even though I told you to keep it close to you? What if you lose it? That thing isn't cheap, you know. In fact, it's worth more than everything in the lower heavens combined. Su Jieqi quickly began lecturing him. It's okay, my friend is keeping it safe for me. Since she's much stronger than me, it's safer to let her protect it. You gave it to somebody? How can you be so trusting? I highly doubt this friend of yours won't take advantage of your kindness and steal it from you. She won't do that. We have been together since the beginning, and I trust her fully. Oh really? Who's this friend of yours and what's her background? Su Jieqi suddenly inquired about Xiaohua. Her name is Xiaohua, but I don't really know her background. Su Jieqi coldly snorted after hearing this and said, how can you trust somebody when you don't even know their background? Laughable. And judging from your aura right now, you can kill even a spirit lord with some effort. As if there's someone stronger than you in the lower heavens. It's true. She's a spirit king. Spirit king? How can there possibly be a spirit king in the lower heavens? Su Jieqi frowned. I think it has something to do with her legacy, but she never told me the details. Though, she did tell me that her mission was to bring me to the supreme heavens. The supreme heavens? The frown on Su Jieqi's face grew deeper, and she spoke after a moment of silence. The legacy your friend has. Is it the supreme heavens legacy? You know about her legacy? Yuan asked with a surprised look on his face. Su Jieqi suddenly sighed before rubbing her eyes. Even Senior Bai shook his head with a complicated expression on his face. I won't say too much since it's none of my business, but your friend. You should separate yourself from her as soon as possible. Why? Yuan was baffled by her warning. Because she's in exile. Su Jieqi said in a cold voice. An exile? What is, however, before Yuan could ask about it, he suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his chest. Ah! Yuan suddenly released a painful cry, startling Senior Bai and Su Jieqi. Hey! What happened? Su Jieqi asked him, but Yuan was no longer conscious. Seeing Yuan's body falling to the ground, Su Jieqi subconsciously reacted and went to catch his body. Elder Bai! Su Jieqi suddenly shouted his name. Senior Bai quickly appeared beside her and touched Yuan's forehead with his finger to examine his body. He's just unconscious. His body isn't harmed. Senior Bai said a moment later. What happened to him? I don't know. Let me examine his condition some more. While Senior Bai examined his condition, Yuan himself was completely unaware that he was unconscious. In fact, after experiencing the sudden pain, Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar place, almost like he had been teleported to somewhere. In this new place, the sky was dark and somewhat red with red lightning striking the ground every second. Yuan looked around, and to his surprise, even shock, there were bloodied corpses in every direction that piled up like mountains. It was a horrific sight that would terrify even the most cold-hearted cultivators in the world. However, for some reason, Yuan didn't feel anything when he saw this bloody scene. Yuan lifted his arms when he realized that he was holding onto something in his hands. What the? Why am I holding this sword? Yuan was speechless when he realized that he had a sword that was still dripping with blood in his grasp. Suddenly, a loud roar that caused the place to tremble resounded behind him, causing Yuan to turn around. When Yuan turned around, he saw a person wearing clothes soaked in blood and a bloodied face flying at him. Yuan didn't recognize this person, but it was clear to him that this person was trying to harm him. And without thinking, almost as though his body reacted instinctively, Yuan swung his arm, slicing the man cleanly in half. The dead man's body fell onto the ground and immediately blended in with the environment that was littered with countless corpses. Chapter 433 Sea of Corpses and Blood. Pathetic ants. A cold voice came from Yuan's mouth after killing the unknown attacker, yet the voice didn't belong to Yuan. What is going on? Yuan wondered inwardly, as his situation was quite bizarre, but this isn't his first time being in this kind of situation, as he would have these dreams every once in a while after he unlocked his bloodline. However, the only difference was that these dreams would happen in the real world while he slept. This is the first time he's having one of these realistic dreams while playing. Furthermore, this dream was vastly different compared to his other dreams. It was much more bloody and more sinister in nature. Since this is a dream, does this mean I am actually unconscious right now? What bad timing. Yuan sighed. As much as he wanted to wake up from this dream, he knew that it was impossible to wake up by himself, as these dreams would not stop until he experiences all of it. Sometime later, the person Yuan was dreaming of suddenly flew off the ground and towards the darkened sky. Yuan looked down at the sea of corpses and blood beneath him, and he wondered what caused this carnage. Yuan continued to fly straight for many hours, and there would be someone attacking him every few minutes. Of course, these attackers were instantly slain by Yuan before they could even get close. A few hours later, Yuan stopped after he arrived in front of this floating temple that was the most magnificent building Yuan has ever seen, as it was so grand and luxurious that it made him speechless. However, right before he reached the doors, even more people surrounded him, and all of them appeared to be extremely powerful people. Hundreds, thousands, millions of people appeared out of the blue to surround him. Yuan could see the mouth of these people moving, yet he wasn't able to hear their voices for some reason. After a few minutes, these people flew at him with their weapons raised. Yuan closed his eyes and sighed. When he opened his eyes again, half of the people surrounding him had disappeared, and thousands of lifeless bodies could be seen falling to the ground. Those that were still alive held terrified expressions on their faces, almost like they were looking at the devil himself. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the distance. This light flew in their direction and stopped a few miles away from Yuan. The light began disappearing once it stopped moving, revealing a few figures inside. However, right as Yuan turned to look at these newcomers' faces, his vision turned black, and he could hear familiar voices coming from beside him. Meanwhile, back at Senior Bei's world, after examining Yuan's body, he said, "There's really nothing wrong with his body, but for some odd reason, his symbol is emitting this aura I have never seen before." "Aura? Let me see it." Su Jieqi pulled the celestial overlord symbol out of Yuan's body to inspect it. It's reacting to his body. But even I don't know why it's doing this. Su Jieqi said after a moment of silence. It was at this moment Yuan began opening his eyes. Even though Head spent a couple of hours inside his dream, only a few minutes have passed since he lost consciousness. "Yuan? Are you okay?" Senior Bai asked him after noticing that he was waking up. "Yes, I am okay." "What happened just now?" Su Jieqi then asked. "I don't know. I felt this pain in my body and then I began having this weird dream the next moment," he said after sitting up. "Don't worry, I have these dreams often." "Dreams?" Su Jieqi raised her eyebrow, yet she didn't think too much of it. "Anyways, as long as you're okay." Sometime later, once they were certain Yuan was fine, Su Jieqi said, "It's about time we return." And she continued, "As for the ancient spirit jade, you can keep it. It's a gift for joining the faction." Yuan nodded, "Thank you for everything. I will try my best to contribute to the faction. I will send you out now. If you need to speak with me, you know where to go." Senior Bai said to Yuan before sending him to the portal. Once Yuan was gone, Senior Bai smiled and said, "The others will be very jealous if they learn that you'd personally recruited someone, and he's even someone from the lower heavens." However, Su Jieqi didn't say anything and merely stood there in silence, seemingly in a daze. "He reminds me of someone," she suddenly said. "Hm? Yuan? Who?" Senior Bai asked. "The founder." "Eh?" Senior Bai was dumbfounded after hearing this. "Really? I have never met the founder so I can't really say. What's similar between them? Their demeanor or aura?" "His eyes," Su Jieqi said, and she continued, "The more I look at his eyes, the more I get this feeling." Sometime later, they returned to the table where the others were. "You're finally back," one of them said when they saw their return. "Did something happen?" Senior Bai asked them after noticing the weird atmosphere. "You didn't feel that just now? Where did the two of you go?" Another one said. "What happened?" Su Jieqi asked them in a solemn voice. "The entire world shook for a good minute just now." "What?" Senior Bai's eyes widened. "The ninth heaven shook." Su Jieqi was also surprised to hear this. "Yeah. Hopefully, it's nothing to be worried about. The last time the ninth heaven shook, the first celestial emperor was murdered." Senior Bai said. The place turned silent after Senior Bai said such a sentence. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the myriad of techniques after leaving Senior Bai's world. When the guards saw him return safely, they both released a sigh of relief, as it meant that they get to keep their job and life. A few minutes later, Yuan returned to the first floor where everyone was waiting. Chapter 434 Spirit Severing Scripture. Welcome back, Yuan. The first person to notice his presence was Zhu Yueying. "How was your visit with my master?" "It went better than I'd expected," he said. "That's great to hear. Anyways, I gave your friend the perfect cultivation technique, but if you need anything else, just let me know." "Really? How much will it cost?" Yuan asked, expecting to pay for it. My master said it's for free so you don't have to pay a single gold. Free again? I kind of feel bad now. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face. Don't worry about it. My master has plenty of techniques, and it's only a divine rank technique. If he cannot afford to give away techniques, he wouldn't be doing it in the first place. All right. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan and the others prepared to leave the myriad of techniques. See you again next time, Yuan. Though, I will be replaced in a few weeks, so I might not be able to see you until you reach the fifth heaven. The fifth heaven? Yuan asked. There are 9 heavens, and the place you're at right now is the first heaven, also known as the lower heavens. I see. But that might take a while. It's okay. I can wait. Zhu Yueying said with a bright smile on her face. A few minutes later, Yuan and the others left the store, and they returned to Longchen City. What are we going to do now, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Let's find a place where Meixiu can cultivate in peace, he said. Is there a cultivator's haven in this city? I think so. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Okay, let's go. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying returned to his body to make traveling more convenient, but Xiaohua decided to stay with Yuan and Meixiu. Are you okay, brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him when she noticed him staring at her. Yes, I am fine. Yuan nodded. Although Su Jiechi warned him about Xiaohua, even telling him to separate from her, he still trusted her. An exile, huh? I never got to ask them about it. Though, it doesn't matter. Xiaohua is still Xiaohua no matter what background she has. Yuan thought to himself. Sometime later, Yuan asked the pedestrians about the cultivator's haven. Once he had the directions, they began making their way towards the place. About half an hour later, they arrived before a tall building that looked very familiar to Yuan, as the place resembled the one in Spring City. Welcome to Cultivator's Haven. How may I help you today? A pretty lady asked them from behind the desk. I'd like to borrow one room from the highest floor for 7 days, Yuan said to her. You seem like you've been with us before. Do you have a key? The worker asked him. No, I don't. That's okay, we can give you a new one. For 7 days, it will cost you 7,000 gold coins. It was at this moment Yuan realized that he had no money besides the spirit stones given to him by Shimeli. Actually, can you make it 10 days instead of 7? I will pay with a spirit stone. It is worth 10,000 gold, right? Spirit stones? If you pay with spirit stones, you get bonus time, so you'll actually get 15 days instead of 10. That sounds great. Yuan nodded and handed one spirit stone to the worker behind the desk. After accepting the spirit stone, the lady went to the back to prepare his key. A few minutes later, she returned with the key and handed it to him. Once they had the key, Yuan went upstairs with the others until they reached the top floor. How do I cultivate this technique? I have never cultivated before. Meixiu asked him after they entered the room. You basically read whatever is in the technique and recite it until you comprehend the technique. Once you comprehend it, you can practice it and begin absorbing the spiritual energy in the air and cultivate. Okay. Meixiu then took a seat in the middle of the room and opened the scroll in her hands. Spirit Severing Scripture? It has the same name as my physique. Meixiu mumbled. It was no wonder Zhu Yueying picked this cultivation technique for her, as the technique seemed like it was literally created for her physique. Meixiu began to read the scripture. Although the words were foreign and she has never seen them before, Meixiu was able to comprehend the words for some reason and read the scripture without a problem. And a few minutes later, after reading through the Spirit Severing Scripture just once, a notification appeared before Meixiu. Ding! You have learned Spirit Severing Scripture. Spirit Severing Scripture, rank, Divine, Mastery Level, 1, Description, absorbs 5 chi per second. If used during spirit form, you will absorb 50 chi per second instead. Once she learned the cultivation technique, Meixiu closed her eyes and began reciting the technique inside her mind. Soon, her breathing patterns changed. You have cultivated for the first time, unlocking Qi experience. Due to Qi gathering array, your Qi absorption rate has increased slight. 5/5, 000, 12/5, 000, 17/5, 000, 24/5, 000. In just a couple of minutes after Meixiu started cultivating, she reached her first breakthrough. You have succeeded in breaking through your mortal shackles, becoming a spirit apprentice. Physical strength, physical defense plus 75, mental strength, mental defense plus 150, name, Meixiu Cultivation, first level spirit apprentice legacy, none bloodline, none physique, spirit severing physique physical strength, 157 mental strength, 870 soul strength, 555 physical defense, 109 mental defense, 300 inch. Wow, she made a breakthrough already? That was faster than I'd expected. This cultivation technique was definitely made for her. Yuan mumbled in a low voice when he saw Meixiu absorbing spiritual energy after a single read and breaking through mere minutes after she started cultivating. Although she was assisted by the Qi gathering array in the cultivator's haven, Meixiu still managed to break through faster than Yuan when he first started cultivating. Chapter 435 Meixiu's Cultivation. Yuan, I had a breakthrough. Meixiu stopped cultivating and said to him with a slightly excited feeling in her chest. I noticed. Congratulations on becoming a cultivator. Yuan said with a smile. What do I do now? She then asked. You continue to cultivate, I guess. When should I stop? Whenever you like or feel like the progress is starting to slow down significantly. I understand. I will try to cultivate some more. Meixiu nodded and returned to her cultivation. She's probably the most talented person behind Brother Yuan that Xiaohua has seen in the lower heavens. Not including the divine beasts. Xiaohua said sometime after Meixiu continued her cultivation. This is the first time I've seen you approve of someone, Yuan said with a smile. Xiaohua nodded silently. About 5 hours later, Meixiu reached the 4th level spirit apprentice. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 2nd level spirit apprentice, physical strength, physical defense plus 100, mental strength, mental defense plus 175. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 3rd level spirit apprentice, physical strength, physical defense plus 125, mental strength, mental defense plus 200. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 4th level spirit apprentice, physical strength, physical defense plus 150, mental strength, mental defense plus 225. How long have I been cultivating? Meixiu asked him after she lost track of time. About 5 hours, Yuan said after he looked at the time left on the key. 5 hours? Meixiu was surprised to hear that so much time had passed because it didn't feel that long for her. If you want to continue cultivating, I don't mind. We don't really have anything else planned, anyway. Yuan said to her. Meixiu nodded, okay. I will continue to cultivate for some more or until Yu calls us to play, but let me cook dinner first. Let's leave this room first before we log off so that we don't waste our limited time, Yuan said. See you later, Xiaohua, Yuan said to her before they logged off the game. Once they left the game, Meixiu went to prepare for dinner whilst Yuan cultivated in the real world. After dinner, Meixiu helped Yuan take a quick shower. Sometime later, Meixiu sat on her bed and tried to cultivate the spirit-severing scripture. However, she was unable to succeed in just a few minutes. Yuan, are you awake? Meixiu knocked on his door after seeing no progress, hoping he'd have some advice for her. I'm still up. Yuan's voice resounded a moment later. I am having trouble with my cultivation, she said. What do you need help with? There's very little I can do to help you in this world, unfortunately. I am trying to use the spirit-severing scripture, but every time I try to recall it, it's like I cannot remember it, she said. Oh, that is probably because you've only just learned the technique today. Try cultivating the technique inside Cultivation online for a few more days. Yuan advised her. Okay. Meixiu returned to her room shortly after and went back inside Cultivation online to continue cultivating for the rest of the night. In the morning, she stopped cultivating to cook breakfast for Yuan. After breakfast, they both entered the game together. I managed to reach the 5th level last night. It's taking much longer to break through with each level. Meixiu said to him. Although it only took her 5 hours to reach the 4th level, it took her the entire night, 8 hours of straight cultivation to reach the next level. Of course, her progression was still much faster than most of the players in Cultivation online at this moment. Welcome to Cultivation, Meixiu. Once you reach my level, it'll take you days if not weeks to increase even a single level. Yuan laughed. Xiaohua looked at him and said, and if brother Yuan was an ordinary cultivator, it'd take him 100 times longer. Sometime later, Yuan asked Meixiu, you're going to continue cultivating, right? Yes. Then I'll go check out the restaurants in the meantime unless you want to come as well. It's okay. I will stay here to cultivate. Meixiu said. All right. Have fun. I'll be back in a few hours. Thus, Yuan left the cultivator's haven with Xiaohua while Meixiu stayed behind to cultivate. What do you want to eat today, Xiaohua? Yuan asked her. Anything brother Yuan wants, she responded almost immediately. What about Feng Feng and Yingying? Anything specific that you two would like to eat? Yuan asked them next. All up to you, young master. It also doesn't matter to me what we eat. Lan Yingying said. Okay. Guess I will just look around and see what's available. Thus, Yuan began walking around the city until he found a decent restaurant. Once they decided to eat there, Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying appeared so they could eat as well. Welcome to Lotus Gourmet, esteemed guests. The receptionist was startled by Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying's beauty, not to mention the noble-like aura around Yuan and Xiaohua. It was not just the receptionist. Everyone in the store seemingly froze when they noticed their group's presence, almost like they were looking at royalty. 4 of us, Yuan said to the receptionist. All right, away. The receptionist brought them straight to the best table in the restaurant inside a private room. I will be here whenever you need me. The receptionist said to them. Yuan began looking through the menu, but before he could even finish the menu, he placed it down and said, let me just get everything on the menu. Everything? The receptionist looked at him with wide eyes. There were at least 200 dishes on the menu, and with only 4 people in their group, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to finish it. However, the receptionist didn't say anything and nodded with a smile on his face. Right away, esteemed guests. Chapter 436 I found us something even better. About 15 minutes after Yuan ordered the entire menu, the workers returned with dishes in their hands. Allow me to welcome you all to the Lotus Gourmet once again, esteemed guests. I am the manager of this place. If there's anything you need from us, just let us know. Although none of the workers there recognized Yuan and the others' identity, it was clear as day that they were important people just by their noble appearance, not to mention their unfathomable aura. While the workers were not cultivators, the manager was a peak spirit apprentice, and he could feel an invisible aura that made him feel like he was lacking air whenever he got close to Yuan's group. Unbeknownst to him, they were all above Spirit Master. If he'd known that, the manager would probably be speaking on his knees right now. The moment the dishes were placed on the table, Yuan began moving his hands and mouth. Xiaohua and the others were used to Yuan's eating habits by now, so they didn't react when they saw him gobbling down the food like a food monster. The workers, however, had never seen anything like this before and were greatly shocked by the speed at which the food was disappearing from the table. Not even a minute after the dish was placed on the table, it would be cleared out by Yuan, who didn't even need to look at the dish, as he was subconsciously using divine sense. Of course, Yuan made sure to leave some food for the others, and he would eventually slow down his consumption speed. About half an hour into their meal, Yuan could suddenly hear a small commotion coming from the outside. What? You don't have your best room available? Then make it available. Do you know who we are? An arrogant voice resounded. When Yuan heard this voice, his eyebrows raised, as it sounded very familiar for some reason. A few moments later, Yuan could hear heavy footsteps approaching their private room. I don't care who's eating in here right now, scram for me. The Du family will be eating here now. A young man with an arrogant look appeared and forcefully opened the door before walking inside while shouting. However, when this young man noticed the beauties sitting around the table, he immediately stopped talking and stared at them with a dazed look on his face. Since Yuan had his back facing the door, the loud young man didn't notice Yuan's presence at first. It was at this moment Yuan turned around to look at the young man. Indeed, he was one of the Du brothers that Yuan had an altercation with shortly after he became a spirit warrior. Young Master Du Bai, please slow down. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind him, and it was the spirit master that was in charge of protecting the Du brothers. The spirit master's gaze subconsciously turned to look at Xiaohua for some reason, and when he saw her cute and innocent face, he jumped back and said, What are you doing here? Why are you shouting like that? Who is? It was at this moment Du Bai snapped out of his daze and turned to look at Xiaohua and Yuan. Why, you're that bastard from the auction house. What are you doing here? Du Bai finally recognized Yuan. As you can see, I am eating here, at least I was until you came barging in here. What do you want? Yuan said to him with a frown on his face. Did he not learn his lesson from their previous confrontation? Du Bai suddenly pointed at Yuan and laughed with an ugly smile on his face. Ha ha ha. I have been looking everywhere for you, you damn bastard. Did you think I would forget about you or that humiliation I experienced on that day? Not a chance. My parents will be here any minute now, and when they do, I will make you regret ever being born. Then Du Bai pointed at Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying. I don't know who you are, but you should follow me starting today instead of this loser. My Du family is a top family in the lower heavens. My parents are also spirit masters. The Du family, huh? Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a nonchalant manner. A moment later, Du Hai, Du Bei's brother, entered the restaurant alongside a pair of couples and two other families and their children. Du Hai. Come look at what we have here. Du Bai shouted to him. What is it? I know you want to reserve the seats, but did you have to run all the way here? Du Hai sighed as he approached the private room. His eyes widened when he saw Yuan's handsome face. It's you. Are you two looking for a beating again? Yuan said to them after wiping his hands and mouth with a wet cloth. Ha ha ha. Beat us? I would love to see you try. The Du brothers stood there with their chest proudly puffed. What's going on here? Where are our seats, Du Bai? A middle-aged man suddenly approached them from behind, and the others soon followed. Father. I found us something even better. Do you remember that time we went to an auction house and returned with a bruised body? This is the bastard that assaulted us on that day. We finally found him. Du Bai ran to his father before pointing at Yuan. What? The Du brothers' father and the others there turned to look at Yuan and his table. However, their eyes didn't linger on Yuan for more than a second because something else had caught their attention, the beautiful young woman sitting across from Yuan. Madame Feng? What are you doing here? The middle-aged man exclaimed in a shocked voice when he saw Feng Yuxiang sitting there with a frown on her face. Du Wei, you dare come in here and question me when your children disturbed my peace and even worse, insulted my young master? Are you looking to die today? Feng Yuxiang said to him in a cold voice before standing up and glaring at them in an oppressive manner, sending shivers down their spine. Chapter 437 Decisive Action. Du Wei, the head of the Du family and also the Du brothers' father, was shocked speechless after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, but he still hasn't been able to comprehend the situation because everything had happened too fast. How did his children offend Madame Feng, the #1 expert in Phoenix City? And more importantly, who is this young master that Feng Yuxiang was talking about? This is the first time he has heard of Feng Yuxiang addressing someone in such a respectful manner. Meanwhile, the other two families that had followed the Du family to this restaurant were already regretting their decision, as they were potentially in jeopardy because of the Du family. What the hell is going on here, Du Wei? I thought you brought us here for a business meeting. If you're doing this to purposefully damage our family's reputation, this means war. One of them said to him. W8. I also don't know what's going on here. Du Bai. Du Hai. Explain yourselves. Du Wei immediately turned to his sons for answers. However, the Du brothers didn't know of Madame Feng or why their father was angry at them. What? We didn't do anything. He's the one who's wrong. He's the one we have been looking for. That person who insulted our Du family and assaulted us. You said that you'd take care of him once we find him. Du Bai said as he pointed at Yuan. Du Wei turned to look at Yuan, who was emitting the aura of a spirit grandmaster, his heart trembling with shock and disbelief. A spirit grandmaster had assaulted the Du brothers? If that was the case, they wouldn't even be alive. Furthermore, he didn't even recognize this spirit grandmaster. You told me that he was a spirit warrior. And that had attacked you only because you were from the Du family. You mentioned nothing about a spirit grandmaster. As if a spirit grandmaster would go out of his way to bully you idiots if you didn't do anything wrong in the first place. Du Wei shouted at them, feeling a headache coming. What? Spirit grandmaster? The Du brothers were shocked upon hearing this. They were certain that Yuan was a spirit warrior when they fought. How did he suddenly become a spirit grandmaster in such a short time when they have only managed to increase their own cultivation base by a single level? Regardless of what happened between my young master and your children in the past, it's clear who's in the wrong right now. We were having a peaceful meal, yet they came in here barking like wild dogs, disturbing our peace. Even worse, had insulted my young master while telling me to follow him like some kind of servant. Is the Du family asking me, Feng Yuxiang, to lower my head and become a servant of the Du family? Feng Yuxiang asked him in a cold voice. The Du family does not dare. Du Wei quickly said. Then he turned to look at his sons with an enraged expression. Get on your knees and apologize to Madame Feng and everyone here. I will personally take care of you two once we get back to the house. What? But, Du Bai wanted to say that this wasn't his fault, but before he could even speak, Du Wei flicked his arm and slapped Du Bai in the face. Get on your knees and apologize. Du Wei repeated. Du Bai laid on the floor with disbelief on his face. This is the first time his father had hit him. When Du Hai saw his brother getting hit, he knew this was serious and he quickly kneeled on the ground before Yuan and the others. I apologize for everything. Please forgive me. Du Bai followed his brother a moment later and kneeled beside Du Hai. I apologize. Du Bai spoke in a forceful voice, clearly unwilling to apologize. However, when Du Wei saw this, he suddenly extended his arms with an open palm, striking Du Bai in the back the next moment. Ah! Du Bai released a painful cry before coughing up a mouthful of blood, feeling the cultivation inside his dantian escaping his body. In a single and decisive strike, Du Wei had crippled his own son's cultivation. Du Bai. Du Hai was shocked when he saw this, and he turned to look at his father with a fearful look on his face. Father, you. Du Bai also stared at him in shock. Du Wei ignored them and turned to look at Feng Yuxiang before bowing to her. If that wasn't enough, I am willing to kill him. Please, spare the Du family, Madame Feng. Feng Yuxiang was not really that surprised by Du Wei's actions. If this was before she began following Yuan, she might have even wanted Du Bai's head. However, now that she's following Yuan, and knowing his character, she knew that he wouldn't let her kill the Du brothers. Thus, she turned to look at Yuan, who was standing there silently, clearly surprised by what had just occurred. Everything had happened so fast, and it ended before he could even react. Yuan said after a moment of silence, "There's no need to kill him. You have already done enough." Although he didn't show it on his face, Yuan was pretty appalled that Du Wei would go to such lengths to please another individual. He couldn't comprehend the idea of killing one's own son to make an apology. "My young master has spoken. You can now stop bothering us and scram." Feng Yuxiang then said. "Thank you for your mercy, Madame Feng and young master." Du Wei bowed to them again before turning to look at the spirit master working for their family. "Pick up the trash and let's go." After saying that, Du Wei left the restaurant with the others whilst the spirit master carried the Du brothers away like previously. "I deeply apologize for that just now, esteemed guests." "Well, clean up the place immediately," the manager said to them. A worker came to clean the blood from the floor a few moments later. Once the room was clean again, the manager and the other workers left the room, leaving Yuan and the others alone. Chapter 438 The Right Choice. "I think I've lost my appetite." Yuan sighed a few minutes after the Du family left the scene. "What's the matter, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him even though she had an idea. "I cannot understand why he did that. Did he really have to cripple his own son to make an apology? He was even prepared to kill his own son." After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang opened her mouth and said, "Because he had to make a choice, his own son or his entire family. The cultivation world is a place where one can have their entire family destroyed because a mere servant had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. In Du Wei's mind, his family was in jeopardy because of his son's action. Therefore, in order to get rid of the problem, he decided to get rid of the one who caused the trouble in the first place. This is a very common thing in the cultivation world, young master. You shouldn't think too much about it. There are people out there who would be willing to take even their own life in order to please someone." Before Yuan could even respond to Feng Yuxiang, almost as though she could read his mind, Xiaohua said, "Brother Yuan, there are unreasonable people out there who would go to the extreme and slaughter an entire family because they didn't like the way a person looked at them. The upper heavens are filled with people like that." Yuan closed his mouth after hearing Xiaohua's words, as he was going to ask why someone would destroy an entire family over something so minor. "In my opinion, what Du Wei did was the right choice. He knew that he couldn't offend me, much less an unknown spirit grandmaster like you. Forget about me, the young master can destroy the entire Du family with his current prowess." Feng Yuxiang said. "But I wouldn't do something like that." "Of course. We know the young master is a benevolent being. However, Du Wei didn't know that, and he wasn't going to risk his entire family just to find out." And she continued, "The Du family is a top family in the lower heavens for a reason. They know how to survive. In fact, every top family in the 9 heavens must first learn to survive. If they cannot do that, they would have long been destroyed." "I understand." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they decided to leave the restaurant. When Yuan tried to pay the bill, the manager politely refused their money and said that it was on the house. After learning that there were spirit grandmasters amongst them, the manager no longer dared to accept their money. After leaving the restaurant, Yuan wasn't sure what he should do, as had planned on eating at more than one restaurant before returning to Meixiu. However, with his appetite ruined, his plans also had to change. After pondering for some time, Yuan turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said to her, Feng, can you train with me for a bit?" "Train? With the young master?" Feng Yuxiang expressed surprise. He nodded and said, "I have been using the movement technique you taught me for a while now, but I realized that I could only use it properly on the ground. In the air, I am very vulnerable. And I feel like working out a little after eating so much food." After what he experienced in the Shadow Realm, Yuan realized that he was having trouble dodging attacks while in the air. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, "Young master, the movement technique is actually much more powerful when used in the air. After all, it's a technique meant for phoenixes. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet, so you can only use it on the ground. Let me see where you're at right now with the technique first. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to leave the city to find an empty area out in the wild where they can practice freely. It took about 10 minutes before they found the perfect spot. Alright, young master, I am going to attack you and you're going to dodge it with the movement technique. I will start slow. Let me know when you're ready. Feng Yuxiang picked up a random stick on the ground and treated it like a sword. Yuan took a deep breath before nodding his head. I am ready. Here I come. Feng Yuxiang kicked her feet and instantly closed their distance, then she swung the wooden stick in her grasp as though it was a sword. Yuan was surprised by Feng Yuxiang's speed at first, but he was able to dodge her strike perfectly. However, Feng Yuxiang didn't stop after the first strike and continued to attack him with the wooden stick, increasing her speed and making more complex movements as time went on. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying watched them practice in the distance as spectators. Although Xiao Hua didn't show any reactions, Lan Yingying was greatly impressed by their practice, as this is her first time witnessing such intensive sparring. Of course, the one who was most surprised there was Feng Yuxiang. Heavens! How long has it been since he learned the movement technique? It took me years of practice to reach this stage, yet it's only been a couple of weeks since he learned the technique. Furthermore, he probably achieved all of this while he was inside the mystic realm because I have yet to see him practice this technique while I am with him. It took less than a minute before Feng Yuxiang realized how much Yuan had progressed with the technique, and she thought to herself, how interesting. Let me experience your talents firsthand, young master. A smile suddenly appeared on Feng Yuxiang's beautiful face, and her movement speed doubled the next moment. Whoa! Feng Yuxiang's sudden increase in speed caught Yuan off guard, allowing her to connect a hit on his body, but Yuan quickly adjusted himself and continued to dodge the next few attacks. However, Yuan was no longer dodging Feng Yuxiang's attacks with ease, and he quickly began to sweat. Feng. She's strong. Yuan cried inwardly. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.